Hey yo chat, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. How are we? Apologies there about being late. I clicked go live without connecting my restream chat, so I kind of fucked it up. So you won't be able to see Twitch chat coming into YouTube chat and vice versa today, so I do apologize, but you know, we'll work with you. Most 99% of people watch on YouTube anyway, so it's all good. But guys, welcome to the stream. Hopefully you are doing good today. It is good to see ya. It's good to see ya. Running a little bit late. First proper day back at the gym today for me, because I haven't been able to train for like 5 weeks. Because if you didn't know, I had surgery about just over 5 weeks ago now. Would have been 5 weeks last Thursday. So first day back, so obviously it's just knocked everything back a little bit. But it was a good session. It was a really good session. I feel weak as a baby though, I'm telling you. But it was good to get back training. Hopefully another week or two and we can really start ramping things up again and getting back into it. But yeah, I'm thinking about a month before we can start hitting it properly, and hopefully the muscle memory will kick in nice and strong as well, and we'll we'll get back the gains that we lost over the last couple of weeks, because I'm feeling I'm feeling small, man. I'm feeling small. But how are we, guys? How are we? Welcome to the stream. It's good to see ya. Shout out to everybody in chat, guys. Hopefully you've had a good weekend as well, because I had a nice one, man. Nice chill one. I did a bit of game purchasing over the weekend. A little bit of a shopping therapy, you know, little bit of a game purchases. I bought Space Marine 2, I bought Path of Exile 2, and I also bought what else did I buy? I bought something else, but I forgot what I bought now. And I re-downloaded the Division 2 as well, and I've been bashing the Division 2 over the weekend, and I've actually started grinding a bit of Path of Exile 2 as well. Path of Exile 2 is so good, man. I'm really enjoying it so far. I bashed PoE 1, but I've only just picked up PoE 2. It's a good time. It is a good time. So, yeah, we're here. We're back. Part 2 of CANTO 5. Really enjoyed first part last stream. You know, Fishmael on smoke. Everybody catching hands. And I'm liking it. But so far, I've been enjoying it as well. I've really been enjoying it. I did do a little bit of farming as well over the weekend, some of the Luxcavation, so we do have a couple of tickets to use as well, so we could potentially level up Don as well. I think we can get Don to about level 34 now, you know, the middle Don, so I might do that as well, just to get her involved as well if we need to. But welcome to the stream. Yo, Flicks, what's going on? Lance, welcome to the stream. Dandy, welcome. Greased, Wiseman, welcome. Ducklord, how is it going? Welcome to the stream, everybody. The Baguette from France, welcome to the stream. Hello. Shout out to everybody in the chat, guys. Yo, if you haven't already done so as well, guys, drop a like on the stream. It's much appreciated. It helps us out a lot as well. Yo, Canis, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Hello. Do you know what as well? Probably won't be tonight, but it'll be tomorrow. We're going to do some Enfield. Whether we do that in the day or the evening, I've not decided yet. But we are going to do some Enfield because I need to wrap up at 1.2. I played a little bit again over the weekend. I had to scratch the itch, man. I had to scratch the itch. I've been logging in every day on Enfield, but I haven't really been grinding. You know, sometimes I just like jumping on Enfield to play around with some team comps, even if they're not like the meta team comps. I just like, that's one thing I really enjoy about Enfield. It's just having a little mess around with our team setup. Yo, Izzy, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Playing Ready or Not with a friend, having a blast. Nice. Yeah, do you know what it is? Recently, because for the last, like, since we were coming out, well, it was before Wuthering Waves, because I didn't really get into gacha games until about 2023. I was a normie gamer, really, up until 2023. Like, I'm really like an online gamer mainly, like PvP stuff. So, like, I started Genshin in 2023. Because I just took a bit of a break from gaming, and I was like, you know what, this game looks kind of nice, let's check it out, right? And then I got into Genshin, then I started playing Star Rail, and then I moved on to like just checking out pretty much everything, because I was kind of hooked in the gacha space. And really ever since then, I've like put a lot of normal games to the back burner a bit. I haven't really been playing them properly, but just recently I've really had the itch to start playing like more traditional games again, whether they're live service or not. Like, you know, like I've been really enjoying the Division 2 again, enjoying Path of Exile. I picked up a indie game last week, I think it was, called Alablasa Dawn, which is really, guys, can't recommend that game enough. So it's great combat, great visual, gorgeous little RPG. At the moment, it's in early access, and it's probably only got about 10 hours worth of story, but it's got a roguelike mode as well. But I can't recommend it enough. It's definitely worth checking out. But yeah, I've been enjoying it. It's been nice. It's kind of balancing things out for the gacha stuff at the moment. Do you know what I mean? Because I think sometimes you can just have too much gacha, can't you? And I think us sometimes as gacha gamers, when you start playing gachas too much, you start becoming super pessimistic about the entire space, I think, because, you know, they all use similar systems. Some do it better, you know. I must admit, Limbus does a really good job of making the gacha not feel like front and center. Ark Knights is another game that does that really well for me, but, you know, you can find yourself becoming a little bit pessimistic, I think, in this space. when you play too many. Or at least I feel like that anyway. And I think I've noticed that from other people. The way I see people conversate about games, sometimes like maybe just have a week or two off gacha games, or play some other games. You might change your mindset a little bit. That's just me anyway. But anyway, segue. Vargs, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Humor me. Hello. Anything to not play Arknights? Dude, I've still been. I did all my my annihilations this week. Actually, I did all my annihilations this week. So yeah. I have been logging into Arknights as well. I do what we are going to do some chapter 14 this week as well. We are. I just need to get Enfield sorted for 1.3. I really do, because I still haven't finished off all the story stuff yet. I've been slacking. I have been slacking. Is it as good as Woo though? That's the real. See, I wanted to check out a video today because I have come to the conclusion. Chat, bear with me here. If you don't know football, you won't get this reference. I have come to the conclusion that the Wooer community is the Arsenal fan base. They are the Arsenal fan base, right? And that's why they get bantered so much. That's it now. I've come to it like Arsenal have just won the Premier League, right? The top league in English football. Considered the best league in the world, right? That's where the best of the best go. It's hardest league to win the league, right? And fair play, they won the league, right? But some consider them the worst winners of the league. You know, anti-football, set-piece FC, super defensive, time-wasting team, right? And they have a fan base that believes they are the next, well, they're the best things in sliced bread, right? They're the best things in sliced bread. They haven't won the Premier League in 22 years, mind you. And they got to the Champions League final the other night and lost to PSG. So, but the way the fan base talk is that they are the biggest and the best. They're not even the biggest in England, let alone the best in Europe or the biggest in Europe. You know what I mean? And it just reminds me very much of the Wooer fan base in that regard. There's games that are still bigger than them, but no, we're the biggest. We're the biggest. There's games that still do a lot of things better than them, but no, they're the best. They're the most generous, which they're not. They're the best story, which they don't really have. You know, I think one thing that Wooer probably does, maybe better than anybody. But it's debatable, though, because I think Enfield and ZZZ do a really good job of this as well. It's production value, right? Production value. But it's like everything's the peak, the best ever when it comes to Wooer. And don't get me wrong, this is not a slight against the game. It's more just this the delusional mindset of it is the best thing since sliced bread. Like, if you listen to some people in that community, parrying and dodging didn't exist in games before the Wuthering Waves came along, right? And it just reminds me when I listen to the Arsenal fan base sometimes, like, damn, man, you sound like robots. You know? They really do. Yeah. I was thinking about making a little jokey video, but I was like, I better be careful, because it's the gacha space, right? You know, people don't get sarcasm sometimes. Well, it's probably not sarcasm. We are pointing out some truth, shall we say, with a little bit of satire added in. But yeah, I don't think it'll go down very well, man. I made a video before questioning the bike, and yeah, I got dragged, so we better be careful. We better be careful. Scrounging for a single win. Yeah, it's like this. Don't get me wrong, the collaboration looks really cool, right? But there is some real scummy stuff that Kuro are doing in this patch, right? You know, the stuff with the corals and stuff, and the way now the dupes cost more and everything. And even if people tell you only need so many corals to unlock the dupes, you have to get like 420 or 480 before you even unlock the ability to get to use them and stuff like. There's just like a lot of things within the collaboration that are just like, well, it's not the best. But at the end of the day, it is what it is, right? But it's just, they always talk about, well, we don't, what they're talking about is we're better than Hoyo, I think, most of the time, right? But, you know, after playing, because I am of the opinion, now, a lot of people won't like this, when it comes to gacha games, there's not many stories in gacha games that I really genuinely enjoy. There's probably two that have kept me hooked from start to where I am now, and that's Arknights and Limbus Company. Everything else has kind of had its highs, right? You know, moments when I'm like, damn, that was great, that was. But then you know, it hasn't really hit me. I think the closest thing to maybe doing that with me at the moment is maybe Enfield, but I think I'm absorbed in the world, and I just really enjoyed 1.2 as well, right? But that's got a lot of weaknesses as well. But yeah, Arknights and Limbus for me are like, when I think of, all right, let's talk about good stories in this space, that's what I look to, right? And I don't want to be that person that's always comparing stuff, because you like what you like, right? But it's just whenever I see that stuff, especially around the story and around the monetization and events and stuff, I'm like, you guys need to play more games. You really do need to play more gacha games, you know what I mean? Because there's plenty of other games that do events better. There's plenty of other games that do story better. I'd say there's arguably quite a few other games that do generosity better. There's games that have better gacha systems. And, you know, again, I think you can argue the production quality is high, but so is Enfield's and so is Zenless Zone Zero's, right? And I'd argue that they also run better as well. So anyway, I don't know why I got down into this. I was pleased with myself yesterday. I was like, Kurobots are Arsenal fans, you know? So, my bad. Little segue of me ranting about Kurobots there. I do apologise. Yeah, but does the story have 3D? Exactly. It's true, right? That's true. You know, it doesn't count if it doesn't have a, you know, Michael Bay special effects, right? I forgot that. That is actually true. You know, like, don't get me wrong, Wuthering is a good, and I am a fan of Wuthering Waves. Well, I say I'm a fan, I don't play it anymore, but I loved Wuthering Waves. For a while, it was my favourite gacha game. You know, I think it's just the community does my head in a bit sometimes. You know, it is what it is, though. Yeah, AK and Limbus story I picked. They really are. Some people just drown with some costs. They're just, yeah, like, don't get me wrong, I'm all up for people being fans of the thing and being like, this is my favourite thing. But it's when people use objective terms constantly, like, this is the best at A, B, and C. And then when people go, I don't know, they kind of just get really, like, aggressive and just, like, toxic, right? It's gacha, it's gaming, you know, it's the internet. It's not like it's a surprise, but it's just one thing that, and I think the thing is why I get focused on that part of the community, because it is a minority. It's because they were the community that said, we are not like that. We just defend ourselves from the big bad Hoyo shills. And it's like, I don't know. I think you've become the thing you set out to destroy, right? Do you know what I mean? I don't know. Anyway, let's get started, guys. Let's get started. Don't judge me. I've got a tash today. I was feeling myself last night. I had a shave, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna rock a tash today. And yeah, I got back from the gym, and then at the gym I felt fine, and then I looked on the camera and I was like, I don't know if I'm feeling it. I don't know if I'm feeling it, to be fair. But we'll we'll roll with it anyway. Chat. All right. So don't judge me. The Magnum beard is back. That's a tough stash. They cannot claim taint all those as much as they want. But let them grow, and yeah, exactly easy. It's like the conversation always descends into that, doesn't it? And now Enfield as well. I don't know why Enfield's become such a point of contention for them. I always think it's when they see it as a game as a threat. I think that's what it is. But I want fan service in my gacha games, despite the fact that like 50% of all things anime, 90% of gachas are flooded with it. It's like, for me, it's all about balance, right? And that's a good thing that we have these different games. Like Limbus, when you think about Limbus and Arknights, right? Now, don't get me wrong, I would like more good, like, games that really care about the story, because, of course, they're both games to make money, right? But they are games that, first and foremost, the story is the most important thing in those two games. I think that's a fair thing to say, right? That their narrative experiences, that's the main factor of them, isn't it? And I would love more gacha games. Now, I know people talk about, like, they're like, well, all the others are. And to some extent, you're right, they are the single-player narrative experiences. But for me, it's front and center with those two games, right? Front and center, to the point where the gacha experience itself doesn't interfere with the story, or at least what I've experienced so far, where I think a lot of other games, it can't always be the same can be said, you know, where characters pop up and disappear, and the hot topic, the main character of the episode, and then they vanish, you know? And I would like more games to do that, but at the same time, I think it's what makes Limbus and Arknight stand out as well, doesn't it? Because, you know, they're kind of like diamonds in the rough in that department, in my opinion, right? Of course, everybody's gonna have different opinions on story experiences, because it's a perception, right? It's a subjective thing, you know. We all have different things that we relate to and we enjoy, and pacing and all that sort of stuff. But for me, they are diamonds in the rough within the gacha space. Because for me, there's plenty of gacha games that have really good gameplay, but kind of really lack in the story department. Where I think you know, I feel you can probably just not like the stories more. They are front and center, right? They are front and center. Man looks American. You look American. Oh shit. Yo, Killgammon's up. The stash is here. Yeah. Probably be gone tomorrow. I always do this. When I go for the tash look, right, it's whenever I'm just getting annoyed at my hair and I shave my head. And then the next day I kind of regret it, but at least with the tash you can just trim it off, right? Shaving your head's takes a little bit longer to come back from. So yeah. Yo, Slayer of Furries, welcome to the stream. I don't like 3D gachas for the consumption, and just, yeah, like, I think it can, like, I think that's one of the beauties of Limbus. Just dealing with that cast of characters allows for depth, and you can really build on them, right? I think, you know, Wuthering Waves is a big victim of it, and it's not the only gacha game where new character comes out, they're the main deal for that patch. Endgame tends to tweak to them a little bit, you know, they shield a little bit, and then they're through to the curbside. Literally through to the curbside, right? And it feels bad sometimes, you know? It really does feel bad. They might pop up here and there at some point, but they don't matter anymore, you know? Yeah, that gets a bit frustrating after a while for me, personally. It makes you less excited for the upcoming characters because you know exactly what's going to happen. Beyond the kit, I'd stop caring about them as characters. Where, like, in Arknights and Limbus, I do care about the characters, right? And that's a nice thing to have. It's a nice thing to have. Hello? Person's name, I do not know what your name says, but welcome to the stream. Lance, hello to you as well. I said hello to you, Lance, didn't I? I don't mind fan service, but not when they get to... yeah, like, I am an enjoyer of a bit of fan service, right? Because I think sometimes people just... when they think fan service, they just think straight gooner stuff, right? But... you know, a sprinkle of fan service here and there can be really enjoyable as a fan of something, right? It's when they go too overboard, right? It's like everything. It's about balance, right? It's like I've said when it comes to, like, I am an enjoyer of gooner characters sometimes, right? Not too ridiculously so, right? But it's nice to have a character that can be a little bit sexy sometimes. But when all of the characters are like that, then none of them are like that. You know, where it's like... one of those characters that comes along every now and again, they stand out a bit more. It's like, whoa, wow, okay, damn, she's fine. You know, I think sometimes too many games worry about that. They're making characters look fucking cool, you know? I'd like more variation with the bigger gacha games are, since all of the big open world ones share enough to the point. Yes, well, there's a video that we could watch if you guys don't mind watching. I haven't watched it, but the title just made me think. I think I'm going to disagree with this video just off the title, right? Because I agree with that, what you're saying there. I think that is a fact, right? I think if I had to look at... this might sound biased, and I am biased because I like the game. I think Enfield, now you might not like it, and plenty of people don't, right? And it does share a lot of the other stuff from the other games, but I think it's separated itself enough for me that like I really like it. And to be fair, the part that separated it the most is not my most favourite part of the game as well, which is kind of interesting, right? I think I'm just biased because I enjoy the game, and like the factory stuff. I think NTE's tried its own little stuff, but at the end of the day, they do really overlap, don't they? They really do. And I don't think any of them yet have truly separated themselves from the rest of the pack, have they? Now, I don't know who's going to be the guys to do that. Because for me, I think the gacha game that will really capture the PC market and capture the mobile market will be the game that does that. That understands that let's take a risk here with some of the core components of the gameplay. And I don't mean the combat, and I don't mean the end game. I mean in like general, in how you approach the game in terms of logins, weeklies, dailies, farming, you know, all that sort of stuff. Because across most games, and that's not even just the 3D ones, farming kind of works the same in gacha games, right? Your daily system pretty much the same across most gacha games. You know, end game for a lot of them, pretty much the same sort of thing right now. Obviously, some stand out a little bit more than others. I will say, you know, for me, Arknight's probably like top tier when it comes to like end game content. But for the most part, they all do kind of follow the same sort of pattern, don't they? So yeah, I agree with that actually. My changing to a Limbus streamer now. Yeah, dude, I can't help it, man. For me, I just play what I play what I enjoy, and at the minute, I'm enjoying the shit out of Limbus. You know, it's just got me hooked, man. AK does alters to bring old characters back into the current meta. Yeah. Well, the thing with Arknights, right? In terms of variety and viability, I still think it's one of the kings in terms of that. Like, you've just got so many options and choices to how you tackle content that I think it might be the best in the gacha space for that, personally. It's one thing well, there's many things I love about Arknights, but I really do like that about Arknights. I think alters also help bring the character's development as the story goes. I love fan service when it's not interrupting the main story. I agree. Rarity makes a beauty of it. Exactly right. Exactly. It's not special if it's everyday easy. It's the whole point of special things in like luxuries and stuff, right? You know, it's why going on holiday or vacation so good, right? Because it's not something you can afford to do all the time. So when you do it, you love the experience, right? You know, it's like when you go out somewhere nice for some food. It's nice because it's not something you do every day, right? I love a nice steak. If I was eating steak every day, wouldn't be as special anymore, would it? You know what I mean? You gotta have those lows with the highs to make the highs feel really good, and to make you realise how the lows suck as well for the highs to feel so good. I also just don't like the Huyo-esque design of putting random holes in the clothes. Just don't really find it sexy at all. That's fair. Because it is a common theme, right? It's just that peak. It is. I must admit, man, I am really loving it at the minute. One thing, I've said this, guys, and if you've watched me for any sort of time, I have been mainly playing Arknights recently, right? Arknights and Enfield. That's kind of what my channel's revolved around. I'm just a gamer, you know? I have gone through many iterations on my channel, from being a GTA, COD, whatever, Fortnite, extraction shooters, battle royales, gacha games. I just play video games, you know what I mean? It just so happens that we've got a community of gacha gamers here at the minute, so I just, you know, I do plan to start making content on my second channel as well. There'll be non-gacha games. In my opinion, fan service works when it makes sense in context of the situation, kind of well, like the Kuromo Kumo-ish and Heath IDs, since their thing is to show off their tattoos. Yeah, I think that does help, doesn't it? If it fits. When it's just randomly plonked there for the sake of it's like, okay, what's this in context? What's the relation here? So yeah, I agree with that as well. Limbus Company is a Goonie game, actually. Well, let's face it, any anime game IP can be turned into a Goonie game as well anyway, can't it? So it's all Gooner, really. You know, just look on the internet, right? There'll be plenty of characters that you never thought of in that regard, and then there'll be somebody there gooning to them, you know? There'll be somebody there gooning to them. Now, most of the time, it's not swimsuits or very revealing outfits, but man, the outfits make me gorgeous. No AK stream in a month. It's not been a month, has he? It's been like a week and a half, right? 2 weeks. It's not been a month, has he? Really? Flix is doubting that statement very much right now. Yo, Leech, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Nice Ryoshi wallpaper you got there, mate. Yes, I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Anything is a fetish if you think about it. Yeah, exactly. And you'll be surprised what some people can turn into a fetish as well, you know? It has been a month, has he? No, I don't believe that. Surely not. Hold up. You guys can't see because I haven't got OBS set up on a streaming gaming PC at the minute. A month? We started chapter 14, like, when? Pardon me. Live. Babel finale was 3 weeks ago. Chapter 14 was 6 days ago, bruh. You got me questioning myself then. It's a month because it was last month, I guess. So I suppose, yeah, technicalities. It's June now. It's been a week. It's keeping tally. There's a reason why Haglusson has become synonymous in the PM community. Technically, we're gone from May to June, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. Technically, I guess. Technically. I suppose so. Apologies. Yeah, it's all good. That's all good. I'm happy. Let's hope nobody turns up to Twitch today, because I can't really keep up on the comments. So, yeah. I was a dumbass, and I started the stream before I connected the restream chat, so, and yeah, it doesn't want to connect now, so it was my bad. It was my fault. I made a mistake. I made a boo-boo. Give me a second here, guys. Let me just bring up this playlist, because I think I added this to my watch later. And there we go. This was the video title that caught my eye. Well, there was two from the same creator, actually, that caught my eye. And one was, why Wuthering Waves is a wake-up call that saved gacha? And why Wuthering Waves is a huge wake-up call for your gacha? Which kind of sounds like the same thing, really. But, I can't...
After gacha breaks the mainstream in 20...
Pause! Should we watch it, guys? Because I'm curious. Let me make it so you guys can actually see what's going on here. Let me open that. Pix apology video to Flix when? My bad, Flix. I do apologize. Soon, brother, soon. So we got these two, right? We're gonna watch the newest one. Now, I've never seen anything from this creator, right? But I think I'm gonna disagree with the video, right? Because of the title. Wuthering Waves is a huge wake-up call for your gacha. And then there's the other title from a month ago. Why Wuthering Waves is a wake-up call that saved gacha. Now, of course, these could just be titles, and I guess we'll find out, just to pull us in. And hey, it's pulled me in. It's done its job. But I just wanted to watch this because I think I'm going to disagree with this video quite a lot, which is totally fine. We can do that respectfully, can't we? Because I don't necessarily agree with either of these statements. Why Wuthering Waves is a wake-up call that saved gacha, or a wake-up call for your gacha. Because Wuthering Waves is a great game, and in terms of production quality, as I've just said, it's up there. It's probably in the top 3. You can argue which one you consider 1, 2, and 3. But for me, Wua, ZZZ, and Enfield are the highest production quality gacha games that we have at the moment in terms of the 3D space. You know, I'm talking visuals. I'm talking, you know, that side of things, the fidelity side of things, like music and all that sort of stuff aside. I'm talking pure graphical fidelity here. Now, I would argue, in my personal opinion, I think Enfield is a better looking game just from raw graphics. I think Wua has it in the lighting, but that's Unreal Engine, right? Lighting carries Unreal Engine games. But when it comes to the rest of the game, I don't necessarily think Wuthering Waves is a wake-up call for gacha in general, because it's not doing anything new. It's doing the Hoyo system just a little bit better. It's doing the Hoyo way of patches just a little bit better, you could argue, but I think that's more of a subjective personal opinion, right? It's doing events in a very normal gacha way. I'd argue, I think, quite weakly, personally, for what I like out of gacha games. Its endgame is Hoyo endgame. That, in my opinion, the Tower of Adversity and Wua are just not great endgames. The story, in my opinion, again, personal opinion, it's not anything to write home about, especially when you compare it to titles like Arknights and Limbus Company. It just doesn't hold a torch to them. Now, you might like it, and it might have its moments, which it has had its moments. I was a big fan of 1.1, actually. But But I just don't think that Wua is a wake-up call for your gacha beyond its success. Now, that's a different question. If we talk about the business side of things, of course, market leaders are leaders for a reason and people follow. But I'd also argue, is Wuthering Waves a market leader? We know on mobile it's not. We could argue potentially on PC and console, maybe it is. But is it truly? So I thought we'd watch this video. Wuthering Waves is a huge wake-up call for your gacha because just on the title alone, I think I actually disagree. So I'm curious to see what this person's got to say then. But guys, go check out Noel. Show them some love. We're going to drop in a preemptive like. If the video's terrible, maybe we'll take it back. But I'm sure this is a great video. But yeah, the title is screaming out to me. So let's check it out then, shall we?
After gacha break the mainstream in 2020, it creates one issue. Everything looks the same. Now,
I just said I was going to disagree. I agree with that. People talk about the AAA space and the mainstream gacha gaming market, right? It's lost its creativity. Everybody's copying everybody. True, for the most part. I think we're in that same point in the gacha space at the minute. Since Genshin, everybody wanted to be the next Genshin, didn't they? That's what we've got. And look what I call rotation slop. And I am happy to see more and more people, again, a little bit fatigued by rotation slop gameplay now. Because I was speaking about this quite a while ago, and people kind of pushed back against me about it, that after Wua, I said, we're going to get so many other games trying to catch this sort of style of gameplay. And look at what we've got coming over the next year or two. We've got a lot of games that look very, very similar in terms of the combat, right?
Without realizing, industry has been stuck in a loop for years because being familiar feels safer than being different. New titles are doing what other gacha are famous for. Until 735 days ago, Wuthering Waves make things make sense again. They experiment.
Experiment. Okay, I'm going to let them cook there. Because where do they experiment for me? I think they do the Hoyo model, but just arguably, a lot of people would say, better, right? That's how I see it anyway. Now, they are different games. Playing Genshin and playing Wuthering Waves are quintessentially different games, but they are very similar in a lot of ways as well, right? I don't think Wuthering Waves... What you can always say, for me, you either do something unique or you do something that somebody else is doing, but better. Now, you could definitely argue the latter there, right? That they're doing the same, but better. But I don't think it's somehow different, personally.
Fail, but somehow they landed on the second anniversary with more than just surviving. So how did Wuthering Waves reach this
really
level of success in this hyper-competitive market?
Yeah, that's true. It is a hyper-competitive market, and now they have the backing of Tencent as well, which is major. Absolutely massive.
There's a term called fast follower strategy, where developers take already proven formulas and repackage them for a growing audience.
Yep.
In gacha industry, this became
and I would argue Wuthering Waves did that.
Extremely common because
That's
familiarity makes games easier to approach for new players, and it also shifts player psychology from is this game actually good to who does it better. But
True. You look at the UIs in most gacha games, they kind of have a familiar sense to them, don't they? That's all by design.
Here's the thing, over time, that strategy creates its own problem. As tribalism grows deeper in gacha space, new games started getting labeled as cheap knockoffs almost instantly. And worse, copying an already established ecosystem rarely leads to the same.
It's fascinating to me now that this was what was targeted at Wuthering Waves when it first came out, right? The community that rallied against that is now doing that to every other game. But they're not wrong, and it wasn't that they were wrong before as well. Copying's probably strong, right? It's iterations, right? Being iterative doesn't necessarily mean you're unique, though. But at the same time, I'm always of the argument, hey, if you can copy somebody's own work and get a better grade, you know?
Success because players don't abandon years of progress for something that feels almost identical.
True.
And that's where the real limitation of this strategy begins to show, and where Wuthering Waves take a different direction.
Okay.
They focus on delivering an actual experience. And here's the thing, when we talk about experience, many people will usually mention the in-game side of Wuthering Waves. The combat is impactful, exploration feels
The combat is good. I think the combat for me hasn't progressed. Again, I have to say this because people get mad. I have stopped playing the game, right? But I'll keep up on things here and there. I do think the combat, I would have hoped it would have gone in a slightly different direction. I think it's become more restrictive than what I would have liked it to have become. I was hoping it, but I think Enfield might suffer the same fate, right? I think all action gacha games probably will end up suffering the same fate unless they do something unique, that they will inevitably become a little bit more restrictive. But yeah, I do think Wua did, which I wish it hadn't have done. The combat in itself is great. I just don't think it gets shown off to the best of its ability. It deserves better than Terror of Adversity, and it deserves better than Wua. Like, the combat itself, for me, is that good that it deserves better than what it's got. I feel like the combat got did dirty by the game modes themselves.
smooth and etc. And I can understand that, especially after Renacita and Lahai Roy, that become one of the biggest reason why Wuthering Wave got this far. But
hey, I'll maybe skip past the exploration side of things, right? I think people know my views on where we went in exploration. I refer you back to my bike take video, which I don't think I need to go too much into.
But is that everything? Because if we talk about FTUE, first time user experience, Wuthering Waves honestly didn't land a perfect hit, especially for 1.0 player. The story direction felt rough, exploration...
Yeah, voice acting, it ran terribly for some people, the pacing was all over the place. 1.0 was definitely rough. But I must admit, I am the opposite of people. Now, it had its issues with exploration in 1.0, but I think if we'd have just refined 1.0 with some cool utility rather than overpowering utility, I honestly think it would have been better personally. But I am in the minority when it comes to the bike take. I know I am.
Wasn't nearly as fluid as it is today. Optimization had issues, and overall, the game clearly launched with problems.
Definitely.
But somehow, people stay. You stay. Why? Because Wuthering Waves didn't stand out just for the game itself, but also for developers' effort into making the game better over time.
I think that's fair. I do think, you know, in terms of... Now, this is... I've got to separate things here. Again, in terms of events, endgame and stuff for me, it didn't take the turn I wanted it to. But that's a personal thing. In terms of quality of life, I think so. Now, performance is still an issue to this day for a lot of people, but in terms of quality of life systems for the game, I think they were quick to really start working on things that people have asked for from a lot of other games that kind of dragged their feet with it, right? So I think that's a fair thing to say, definitely. In terms of the rest of the game, though, yeah, in a lot of ways, definitely, yeah, but not so much in other ways as well for me.
To simply put, you didn't just play the game, you also watch it grow. From the clunky waves into second anniversary, from a Pizza Hut collab into Cyberpunk Edge Runner announced few hours ago. We can see the standard rising significantly, and over time, that creates something most live service games struggle to build: trust. You can see...
For me, with what we've seen from the recent collaboration around the corals, the way they're dealing with the actual currency stuff, the cost of dupes and that, I don't know if trust is necessarily the word I would use. I think they have shown themselves to desire better quality in many aspects of the game, though. But I don't... Wua doesn't necessarily have my trust, if I'm honest. And it mainly came down to events for me. It really did. Like, I just don't really trust Wua on the event side of things. And that's just a personal thing of, like, I like different things to what they're doing, right?
Many gacha games out there keep fixing their game, but never listen to what players wanted and slowly lose touch with what made people invested in the first place. Kuro managed to balance the rough launch with actually putting their foot on community shoes, so they understand what's up. That's some expensive things we have. By constantly improving the experience, listening to feedback, and refining the game patch after patch, Kuro slowly built the feeling that players actually mattered in the direction of the game. This is what people call player-centered design. Again, while the
Ooh, player-centered design. I think you have to take that, and this is all gacha games, right? And all live service games to a degree. That statement has to be taken with a pinch of salt because, let's face it, the systems aren't necessarily designed with the player at the centre of them. They're designed to facilitate psychological triggers, right? They're designed to get you to do things repeatedly. FOMO's encouraged, you know what I mean? Just look at what they've done with the collab with the currency, right? Now, some people would argue, well, you can't expect them to let you have all the radiant tides you've saved up and use those, right? But it's led to silly little things happen. Now, don't get me wrong, the player who transferred all their asteroids into radiant tides, why did you do that? There was no need to. You should never do that, really, because that currency can be used for anything at any point. So I would never do that until you're actually doing the thing. But them not announcing that till like kind of close was definitely with the business in mind. It wasn't for the player, really, you know? Because if it was for the player, they would have just let you use the radiant tide you'd already got. But it wasn't, because they're here to make money. And, you know, that's when the bank's at the centre of their thought process there, not the player, right? And this goes to pretty much every product, right? At the end of the day, when somebody's trying to sell you something, you know, they care about you to the point where you buy their product. Beyond that, it's about fucking enriching yourself, right? That's why you go into business, right? You don't do it to please people for the most part. No, you could argue there's some different cases where people have passion projects, right? But you still have to keep the lights on, right? But for me, I think gacha games, by their very design, kind of shift from being player-centric anyway, personally. Now, they can do things that are a little bit more centered around the player in general, but I just argue by the very monetization, they kind of aren't, you know?
Experience is important because for me personally, I decided to try Wuo for the first time for the combat mechanism, but that's not what made me stay. The experience I got outside the game is because before Wuthering Waves, I played another gacha game for 4 years from day one, but didn't really feel they respect my time and
he's talking about Genshin.
Feedback. That's why I think Wuthering Wave got this far, not just because.
See, when I see these, and again, not judging this dude here at all. We can be respectful and disagree, right? We can have disagreements. When I see titles like this, Wuthering Waves is a huge wake up for your gacha. I think this is when I usually come to, what they're saying is, I like this game better than Genshin. You know? It's like, they're not talking about gacha games. They're talking about Hoyo games in specifically, right? Because usually the argumentation that I see used of, well, this is the best, this is the best, and this is the best. I think, well, actually, I can name a couple of games here that do all that better. But what they mean is, well, it's better than Genshin. Oh, that's better than Star Rail. Well, this is better than ZZZ. In general, it's better than Hoyo. That's usually what I think they're getting at, right?
It's new. It survived because it understood something many modern gacha games ignore. Experience itself creates identity. Kuro didn't blindly chase what makes other titles.
Let me take that back. Experience itself creates identity.
It's new. It survived because it understood something many modern gacha games ignore. Experience itself creates identity.
Experience itself creates identity. I guess so, yeah. That's a perception thing, really. Experience is a person's perception. Identity, though, I think a game can have its identity outside. Because an experience is a personal thing, right? You identify with something through your personal experience. I don't know if that's necessarily the same as something having an identity. But we're arguing semantics here.
Kuro didn't blindly chase what makes other titles success. Instead, they focus on understanding what makes most gacha fail. Because while many titles designed to feel comfortable, Wuthering Waves was designed to feel satisfying. They quickly adapt to what the community will enjoy, then build the game around enhancing that experience even further. The way I
again, I think what they did is they took a tried and tested method of another game, Genshin, and tweaked it. I don't know if they necessarily did all this with the player in mind and came up with a design that was new, right? I'd argue that it is a comfortable game. It's Genshin Plus, right? It's Genshin Premium, if you will. I honestly believe, and again, they play differently. I'm not disrespecting the game in that sense, but I'm talking about the systems and a lot of the design that's gone into it in terms of the package as a whole. The game itself, I think, is a great game, right? And it is a different game to Genshin in that regard. But I would argue it is somewhat comfortable in its very essence, personally. I really would.
See, they didn't just try to make a gacha, but an actual
Well, they did.
content that you can enjoy even if the gacha element was removed from it.
Okay, no, you're losing me here. This is a gacha game through and through. Its content rollout is a gacha game. Its endgame is designed around gacha. Its story inherently is dragged down by the fact that it's a gacha. Characters appear and disappear and forgot about. Characters really don't get built upon the way they should. You've got a Marisu MC who is designed like that because it's a gacha game. I fundamentally disagree with this. I think Wuthering Waves would be an inherently different game if it wasn't a gacha game.
And I'm not just talking about better scenery or better character model, but something you will appreciate after you actually get into the game. I will just take combat as example.
Okay.
Even years after it launched, combat still feels like the center of the game's identity. I mean, in 2026,
I think that's fair. Combat is a really important part of this game, yeah? Yeah. I think that's a
good combat in gacha is not rare, but the impactful one is. Moreover,
Ooh, hold up. What does he mean by impactful?
back then, most
Does he
titles
mean literally it feels like it has impact? Because I agree with that, but impactful. We gotta let's unpack this. I need to know what he means.
only relied on build, while the rest of the mechanism is just a minor addition. And then now we can see, instead of turning every character into simple animation for bigger numbers, Wuthering Wave makes you actually understand how a character works.
That's literally what Wuthering Waves is. It's all about big number go burr. It's all about the most optimal rotation to get your DPS on screen to do as much damage as possible. Like, you genuinely don't really need to know the intricacies of kits because there's not exactly much nuance to the kits, really, if you'd compare to the intricacies of playing a stage in something like Arknights or even Limbus or... Man, you guys could probably throw a bunch of games out there, gacha games as well. I think inherently action gacha games tend to be a little bit more simplistic compared to their counterparts because it's more about mechanics more than anything. The skill expression comes from the player typically through mechanics, right? Reactions and stuff like that, and efficient meta rather than understanding of enemies, kits, synergies to a deep level. You know what I mean? Like when I look at the kits in Limbus, I'm like, what the fuck? Right? I'm still nowhere near getting it yet, right? Like, I've just got over the intricacies of the combat, which is the combat alone without the kits, way more intricate. Then you look at something like Arknights, the amount of variant or variety and different ways of playing the same stage is insane in Arknights. Like, insane. I don't think any other gacha game even comes close in that regards, in that you can clear a stage in Arknights, go and watch somebody else clear it and be like, holy shit, they're doing totally different things. You know what I mean? Not even just down to, oh, there's a slight different rotation or they're using a different DPS or a slight different team, but they're doing the same thing. In Arknights, they're doing totally different things, right? And the uniqueness to how people clear stages is incomparable. Now, of course, I know people when they're talking about this, I will give them the benefit of the doubt. They're not taking into account those other games. But as I say, and we're arguing semantics, when you use words like gacha games, we're talking about gacha games, and there's many gacha games that have much more depth than games like Wua and games like Genshin and games like ZZZ and Star Rail. Now, I don't know, man. Does Genshin have more depth in terms of it's? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not an expert in regards to Genshin, right? I'll stop playing it in Azuma, but yeah, this is definitely not unique to Wuthering Waves or special about Wuthering Waves.
Let's not talk about Imeth or other newly released unique. Even Dungeon is not an easy character to play with. There's a system you need to understand for a better result. Moreover, with the new Toon Brick system, it just adds more things for you to manage. The skill ceiling is not just about swapping in and out, but when you get the grip, everything is paid off. Dodge, parry, even small movement feel rewarding. That's why people who already quits the game often still say the combat is insanely good, because
I agree. The combat is. I do genuinely think the combat is good in Wuthering Waves. I do, but yeah, I think I disagree with this. I think it is built around big number go burr. I really do. There's no real build variety in Wuthering Waves. And this is one thing that I said I would have loved in Enfield as well, which I was disappointed about. I would love potential subclasses, the ability to build out, right? You know, to have a unit become tanky in the way you build them out with the gear that you use, potentially allowing characters to move faster, move slower, but take more damage, do different things so they mechanically feel different. At the end of the day, I don't think there is no build variety. There is. It's which stats do you need the most? Build into those, right? Whether it's all about energy regen, crit, you know, ult, whatever it might be. It's kind of it's basically that, right?
it left an impression. I mean, in modern gacha development, creating something...
And I must say, that doesn't mean bad. I'm not saying that this makes Wua bad. I'm by no means saying that. But this is where I go back to this thing when I talk about sometimes the Wuthering Waves community is like the Arsenal fan base, where they describe things that many other games do as like it's never been done before, and that everything they do is the best version of it, and I just fundamentally disagree with that.
Completely original is almost impossible. Most mechanics already exist in some form, so uniqueness is not just about inventing entirely new ideas, but also reshaping familiar ideas into experience other games never have before. And that is where Wuthering Waves become important for the gacha industry itself, because contrary to what people expected during launch,
I will say, do you know where Wuthering Waves has become exceptionally important for the gacha space? In pushing production quality up. Honestly, I'd argue that goes back to Genshin. They proved that investing money into your title can make you lots of money, right? If you want, like, you know, close to AAA kind of graphics and that production, games like Genshin and Wuthering Waves and Zenless and Enfield are important because other games that come along then have to compete in terms of that production quality. But let's also remember, graphics don't make a good game either, do they? Wuthering Waves is a good game, but I'm just saying, you know, a good game's a good game, whether it's got bad graphics, good graphics, or a particular art style, right?
Wuthering Waves didn't become a killer for other games, but something much more like a pressure point that affects the next generation of gacha games.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I do think that's fair. But I think it solely comes down to production quality. I don't think there's a pressure point on Azure Premilia and Silver Palace and NTE, even though NTE kind of did switch things up in terms of how they handle the gacha. I don't think there is because it's a Huyo system. It literally is. It's the Huyo system, but a little bit better. I don't think in terms of the way they deal with events is unique enough that it's going to push that forward. I don't think the Endgame is going to push Endgame forward. Like, let's not pretend Tower of Adversity is going to make the next game go, hoo, that was insane. Let's do one better. If anything, it's going to make games comfortable around a lot of the things that make games for me. Do you know what I mean? Like, production quality and gacha for me is less important than a game being good. And Wua is a good game, but it's got a lot of hangovers that every other gacha game has, and it hasn't done them any differently than pretty much all of gacha. If I'm honest, there's nothing that's really stand out about what Wuthering Waves do in terms of being like, wow, okay, damn, you know. Yeah, I don't think so. And again, doesn't mean it's bad, right? I think I disagree with this argumentation.
More than people realize. I'm not saying every future game will be Wuthering Waves copy, no, but it would definitely help to shift the standard slowly, because players now start expecting something better, which
Yeah,
developers
that's fair.
do
I agree.
not stick to the traditional system inside and outside of the game.
Again, it's that there, right? He had me in the first half. I do agree. They are kind of a flag bearer for quality. I think them, Enfield and ZZZ are the flag bearers for quality now. If you want to look better than them, you got to step your game up, right? But the other stuff, I don't see how they're doing it any differently, personally. I really don't.
They want a responsive developer that actually react to the community instead of just following a fixed roadmap for years. And we can see how it starts.
I think they are following a fixed roadmap for years. I don't think the game's had any majorly drastic changes because people have disliked something. There might be tweaks, of course, but yeah, I don't think there's been major changes. I haven't played the most recent updates, so maybe.
Starts to become a thing in gacha space. More games have better exploration, better gacha system, better QoL, even more responsive developer.
But I don't think that's down to Wua, because Wua didn't set the world ablaze with its gacha system, did it? It didn't. It's Genshin. It's the Genshin system with 10 less and a guaranteed weapon, which is an improvement, right? Or, you know, really, a game that will potentially in the gacha system be something that really drives things is maybe NTE. If NTE is super successful, right, maybe other companies will look and go, shit, maybe we need to drop 50/50s. Maybe we need to start throwing skins into part of the gacha rewards and stuff, you know what I mean? Maybe skins in general need to be much more important to us. Because to me, if every game does Wua and copies Wua in terms of that stuff, then there'll be not much progression, or it'll be a snail's pace. Maybe they'll do 70, you know? Or maybe they'll do 80, 50/50, and you can pull the weapon in 50 pulls, 60 pulls, and it's a guarantee. You know what I mean? I don't think it's really moved the needle massively in that regard. Like, this is what I say. In terms of the game itself, the core part, I think it's great. But I think everything else is just gacha. It just is just gacha.
Because, let's be real, standing still and being so hard-headed in modern gacha space means left behind, especially with how players are now no longer there just to play, but also to compare.
Because, like, a perfect example for me, like, you might dislike it, and that's fair, right? Enfield introduced the factory system as a new way to gear, to account progress, to get certain things that you need in the game, right? And the people who claimed that this was so unique, not all of them, and I'm paraphrasing and I'm extrapolating a little bit here, would argue that that sucks about Enfield as well. You know what I mean? Like, and you could argue there's a lot of people out there that claim that we were so unique, but they genuinely really do like the comfortability of the game, you know? Because I've said this before, there's a large portion of the Wua fan base that are ex-Genshin players, right? They just wanted Genshin, but better. And they've kind of got that, haven't they? With Wuthering Waves. So I don't think they wanted anything too different. And that was smart from Kuro. Kuro noticed Genshin's massive. Maybe if we just do that in terms of the model and everything else and dial it up a bit, we'll probably make bank. And hey, they were right. Props to them. They've killed it. And, like, they've deserved, I think they have deserved every ounce of success, personally. Again, most of my critiques when it comes to Wuthering Waves, I do have critiques on the game, but it's more the way the community like the game is doing so much more than what other games are doing. And I really don't think that's true. Maybe apart from the production quality, but then we've got Enfield and ZZZ, right? But in terms of everything else, I think it's kind of just, yeah, it's muddying along. It really is.
So what I'm trying to say, Wuthering Wave didn't get this far just because they're new than some other competitors,
No, that's
but
true.
because it broke the old loop. They choose identity over familiarity,
I
which
disagree.
is what gacha space needs.
I disagree. The game is incredibly familiar. It is incredibly familiar. It is. I don't necessarily think Wua's identity is the main factor of its success. I really don't.
It at that time. Not only it creates name for themselves, it also forced the entire gacha space to realize doing the bare minimum is not an option. The newer gacha games are now trying to come up with something new every time. We see more unique combat, exploration, ability, even the QL we rarely see back.
But are we seeing unique combat in the space at the moment? I'd argue we're not. We are in the age of rotation slot, right? Even though I do like Silver Palace's combat, it needs a lot of work, and they need to work on adding stuff to the parry because it's far too powerful. I need other ways to combat damage. I want risk to stuff, just as Vulpes said. But, you know, look at Azure Familiar. You know, look at Silver Palace. Look at NTE. It's very samey, right? You know, you can like all of those games. I'm not saying those games are bad. Like, I'm not saying we was bad.
In the early days of gacha competition. Again, it's not new, but it shows that market keep changing every time. Because at the end of the day, people stay for what the game has become, not for what it was.
That's true.
But what
That's
do
true.
you think? Do you think Wuthering Waves is a wake-up call for gacha community? Let us know in the comment section. So, that's all for today. Thanks for watching.
Do I think Wuthering Waves is a wake-up call for the gacha community? Yes and no. I think yes, in terms of quality, production value, scope, scale. I think they've all improved, and I think it's one of the best. As again, I've said it before, ZZZ, Enfield, Wua are like the best-looking gacha games, right? Visual fidelity, how they're animated, the models, the character models themselves, the animations, all that sort of stuff is like probably as good as it gets in terms of the AAA like feel, right? But in regards to the rest of it, nah, has it really blown everything out the water in terms of endgame? No. Has it really blown everything out the water in terms of events? No. Do you gear and level your characters like many other gacha games? Yeah. Arguably the ecosystem is worse than many other gacha games, in my opinion, because it fucking blows. I really do believe that. It was such a cool system when it first dropped, and then everything just gets made redundant anyway, because the way main echoes work, which was a shame. Like, I really thought the echo system would have been something ingenious when we first played, and it still is a cool way to do gear, right? But it's a frustrating system to work with. The gacha, it's nothing different. The way they do content drops, exactly the same. The way they handle story, just like a lot of other gacha games. Yeah, I really don't think Wuthering Waves is this unicorn in the gacha space that does it differently. Now, you can argue, because this is more subjective, does it do it better? That's a fair argument to make, right? Because there's a lot of people would say, well, I think it does all of those things better. But I don't think it's in any way different or unique to most things in the gacha space. I honestly don't. Like, when I think of unique gacha games, for me, and they all have the same overhangs that these other gacha games have, right, in terms of the way you level, the way you gear, and all this sort of stuff. But for me, I think of Limbus Company, I think of Art Knights, I think of Reverse 1999, right, that feel a little bit different. I'd even argue somewhat Zenless feels quite a different game. It's got a lot of its own issues as well. And I'd argue Enfield also, as well. And I suppose you could argue some stuff about NTE is definitely different, right? You know, the slice of life stuff, and whether you love it or hate it, right? Do they need to improve on all that stuff? Yes. But the activity side of things in NTE, I think, is somewhat unique to most other games. It's not unique in gaming, but in the gacha space, maybe. But yeah, Wuthering Waves, to me, I wouldn't call it a unique game. It's a good game that I think will improve production quality in the gacha space, but I don't think it's moving the needle in terms of gacha. I honestly don't. But I'd love to know what you guys think about this. I know I'm probably going to get a lot of pushback if this goes up as a video, because people don't like my Wuthering Waves opinions. Although I do like the game, they think it's just a pure hater standpoint. It's genuinely not. It's just I like to talk about video games, and I think I differ in a lot of regards to how people consider Wuthering Waves and how they gas it up. I must admit, vocal minorities of the Kurobot community are the Arsenal fan base. If you don't know football, go and have a look on Twitter at the Arsenal community, and you'll probably understand why people like to banter a little bit, because of some similarities. But yeah, I'd love to know what you think anyway. Yeah, what you guys thinking, chat? What you guys thinking there? What you guys thinking? Side nitpick, but we were ads make no sense to me. What 6 seconds of some random scene gonna tell me about anything? Got 2 really? Oh no! Shit! They're watching, boys. They're watching, boys. Oh no! Oh, I wonder if the Kurobot see you as a Tolborough their community. I have seen comments with my name mentioning with Tolborough. To be fair, I will admit, I think the normal people in any community. Now, you can dislike me as a person. That's fine, right? I don't like the way he talks. I don't like the way that's whatever. But I think most people in the Wooer community who are open to critical thought processes of their game, and it doesn't change the way they think, right? Because we all have things we like, and if somebody goes, well, I don't like that, it's like, well, I disagree, but whatever, are fine with me. But yeah, the Wooer community does hate me. The Wooer community does really hate me. The vocal ones anyway. CN community dislikes me a lot as well. It's wild. If you look at my Billy videos on Billy, because I get my stuff uploaded over there as well. I don't. It just gets re-uploaded. Any stuff that's me with Wooer, there's people roasting me in the comments. And then when it comes to Ark Knights and Enfield, totally different. People are like, oh, I can't wait to see the next video and stuff like dude, I need to start being a Billy creator. Like, some of my videos on Billy get like 100,000 views plus within a couple of days going up, you know? But I think CN just likes to see what people outside of the country think about the games they play, right? And they're from CN as well. But yeah, we'll see. Do opposing fans still do boring Arsenal as a chant? I don't know necessarily boring Arsenal as a chant, to be fair, but there's a lot of banter towards Arsenal now of like they are the anti-football team at the moment, right? You know, set piece FC and stuff, and the dark arts of Arsenal and that. Just completely disagree with the video. Yeah, absolutely, and like, hopefully, if I do upload that as a video, the uploader doesn't think it's an attack on them. I think I was totally respectful, right? That's one thing. If I'm ever doing reactions, I like to go in with good faith. And even if I think somebody, which I'm not saying they were saying stupid things, right? I just disagree with them. I like to be respectful, right? You know, I'm not saying tontas. I'm not going in here to like call somebody a nonce or, you know, make out they're the worst thing ever, like, and say all these terrible things about them. You know, this is what it's about, right? And I'm totally cool with people doing that. You know, if people want to call me a retard, which they have, I'm fine with that as well, personally. But you know, I think in terms of a video, I think it was a good video, and I think if you agree with him, great video. I just disagree with probably like 70% of what he said, right? In terms of like, you know, the uniqueness of Wooer, because I just inherently don't think that's true. Just send to the chat when you upload it. Why was chat being wild? I didn't see. Was you guys going off on one? I think there are some extremely surface level statements that were fair, but got worse as he talked. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I think, again, I think there's lots of things you can look at. And again, there's a lot of personal opinion with this stuff as well, isn't there? Perception is king, right? And I think also, and this is not to be like, I'm not that guy that's like, well, I actually knew the band when they were in doing dive bars. You just came around when they're famous. It, like, I think in the gacha space, some gacha gamers only play gacha games and only play a couple of gacha games, and some gacha gamers just only play a couple of games full stop, right? And their experience within the gacha space is quite shallow, and I don't mean that in a negative statement. I just mean in terms of what they've experienced, because usually gacha gamers, and this is fair, because a lot of people get bought in by visuals, and that doesn't mean you're any less of a gamer, because some people I know are like, well, if you only cared about visuals and you were really a gamer. I don't think like that. Like, visuals matter for a reason to a lot of people, right? But like, there's a lot of people in the gacha space, their experience of gacha games is Genshin and Wuthering Waves and maybe Star Rail and ZZZ, right? They've maybe tried those out, and maybe recently they gave NTE a whirl because they thought it was the Grand Theft Auto of gacha, which it was never going to be that, which I still see some people being negative about NTE about that. There's lots of other things to have issues with NTE, being like, well, I can't do GTA stuff. It's like, it's a Chinese gacha game, man. Did you really think you were going to be able to, I don't know, pick up hookers and then rob them, you know? Yeah, I think their experience is a little bit lacking to then make statements about, well, this is the best at this, right? Because I think when you bring that up to people in the Wuthering Waves space, their response is, why do I care about some 2D chibi game? It's like, you don't have to, but you also, your statements land like really badly then, you know? Because they're like born out of ignorance in a sense, you know, of, well, this is the best thing because I'm comparing it to one other game. It's like, well, it's not. And for YouTubers, it's a bit different, right? Titles matter, right? You know, I get it. I understand trying to get people to come in and then hitting them with, well, this is what I actually think. I understand that. And I'm not targeting Noel for that at all. I'm more talking about the people who get really angry in comment sections on Twitter and stuff. And it's just like, bro, you know, your argument to other games not being better in certain ways or having arguably just as good systems is, well, I ain't playing that trash. Think I'm going to play a visual novel tower defense game? It's like, which is fair, because I felt like that about Ark Knights before I played it. But then I played it and I was like, oh shit, fuck, damn. Yo, they do a lot of things better than the other games, don't they? And same with Limbus as well. Clickbait but not too. Yeah, I think it was fair. I think it's fair, because he was putting that point across in the video, right? That's what he was saying. He was saying it's a wake-up call for gacha. That was the title. I think, you know, he argued himself well. I just disagree with him. I will say that the BGM at the start of that video reminded me of those Sigma grind set vids that makes me laugh. Example, I've only played Limbus in terms of gacha. That's just because I've played every PM game. That's fair. That's fair. The thing is, though, like, they do stand out in Ark Knights and Limbus too in terms of story. And maybe that's why it really lands as a story game, right? Because they're a non-gacha game company making a gacha game, right? Because I've heard people say Project Moon suck at making a gacha game. And not because it's just a bad gacha game, but because, you know, the sharding and all that sort of stuff, where a lot of people are like, you're not supposed to be able to do this stuff. You're not, you know, you're supposed to have a limited banner, it goes away, and then you have to wait a year, and then you get rinsed by a bunch of other FOMO stuff beforehand. You know what I mean? So, like, yeah, I think that's where they kind of succeeded in a sense, because I'd argue that the way Project Moon came at their design of the game is unique inherently, because it was, well, we've made these games, now we're going to make another one, let's try a different monetization system. And then they managed to make it work, right? Where other games are like, right, this is a gacha game, now let's build the game within the confines of the monetization of the game. Do you know what I mean? Like Wuthering Waves was always a gacha game, I would assume, right? You know, like Enfield was always going to be a gacha game, and it was designed within the confines of being a gacha game. The same way NTE, you know, that's why it'll be interesting to see what happens with Ananta, right? Because we're seeing something coming into the anime space that's akin to a lot of the anime games, gacha games, should I say, but it's not a gacha game, or we don't think it is, or it might have got skin gacha. I don't know, because it will be a real sad affair if Ananta drops with no gacha for characters and stuff, right? But it has all of the gacha overhangs in terms of the way you do gameplay. It'll be really sad if they do that, because you'll get all the negatives without none of the positives. Because, you know, getting a new character is fun in a gacha game, right? We all, you know, whether or not it's the gamba, but getting a new character is fun. So you don't mind building a character then. But if you have to do all of the same stuff without, I don't know, man. I really hope they manage to make it work. Because, you know, Ananta could be a good game for me, personally. Especially with some of the gameplay. It looks like they're doing a bit of like a mix of everything, right? You know, the combat's like quite Yakuza, sleeping dogs with, you know, cool exploration, Spider-Man mechanics, like when you're in that building and you're getting into fights, that's straight out to Spider-Man when you're crawling around the girders and planning who to take out. Like that for me, I'm here for that, right? It'll be a shame if then the game's hampered by a bunch of systems that really stink a gacha. You know what I mean? That video was just putting Wuru as a standalone to 3D gachas only. I think so, right? Yeah, I think so. But I'd even argue I'd disagree with that fundamentally. Like, let's take AK, let's take Limbus, let's take all of them out the game and let's just put it against NTE, Zenly Cell Zero, Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, right? Let's put it against all of those. It's not doing anything inherently unique, is he? It's really not. They've all got very similar systems across the board. You know, some are doing slightly different things. You know, NTE's got some unique stuff in what it does. Enfield's got the factory system. Wua's... I'm trying to think what's really unique about Wua now. That you could say is unique. Okay, you could argue the story's better than Genshin, if you want. If that's not unique. The gameplay, it's not necessarily unique. It's good, but it's not unique. The endgame, it's kind of like Genshin's, arguably, potentially better, maybe. The tower sucks. Wua sucks. The best thing about Wua, which they ripped out for the longest time, was Depths of Elusive Realm, right? That in itself wasn't... Maybe in the 3D gacha... Well, actually, I don't know, because Star Rail stuff. Yeah, you know, it's hard to say where it really stands out, in my opinion. I really do think. But, guys, shall we... let me just double check React Smash, and then we're going to get into it. All right, boys and girls. Let's see what you guys have been sharing in React Smash. What we got here? Continuation of part 3 and 4 of... Oh yeah, we need to watch these at some point, don't we? Yeah, about Enfield's 1.3 story. I don't know if I want to watch this, because I have got out my way to avoid... I like some of Vulpez's takes. I think we align on a few things. Actually, I've got disagreements with him, but I think we align on quite a lot of few things. But that being said, I went out my way to avoid anything story related for 1.3. So I don't know if I want to watch that. I wonder why no one recommended this. What's this? Art Knight Salula theme, Lord of the Ashes. I think we've listened to that before, haven't we? I've seen this video. I might as well remove this because I've seen this. I don't know with this video, right? Like, what do you guys think about that Dr. P video? Love Dr. P. I absolutely love Dr. P. Fucking great dude. But in regards to some people getting early access to CC, I don't know if it necessarily bothers me. Like, you could just avoid it, can't you, if you don't want to see? Because I know his argument wasn't that, oh, I didn't get access. It was more that I want it to be more of a surprise. If I remember correctly, I did watch it quite late, and I was doing other stuff at the same time. So I think that was the crux of his argument, right? Which again, that's just a personal thing, right? Can't even say he's wrong about that because, you know, that's fair. That's fair. I just think personally for me, I'm like, it don't bother me. You just go super in depth on everything they talked about, just speculating. Right. I don't care about it. It's not going to change my experience to see. Yeah, for me either. For me either. A Dr. P video was a big miss for me. It happens, honey. It happens. Again, yeah, I just disagreed with it. So I was just like, it don't bother me at all. It's just like a non-issue for me. But just because it's a non-issue for me, it's just venting into, which is fair. I was bitching hard about the live stream, right? So, you know, we all have our moments where we're like, fuck, bro, why'd you do that? As long as it's curated, people are not some slobber that in 3 months will be on whatever is trending, then I'm fine with it. Are you talking to me there, BS? I don't know what you're saying. It needs to be as trustworthy people that are... Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. It needs to be trustworthy. Yeah, that's a given, right? Yeah. I think the vault-based feed is just about some people complaining 1.3 is filler. Right. Okay. Because I skipped that part. We're just getting companion quests for Mifu and Camille, right? Which I'm kind of okay with. Like, I would have liked more main story, right? But I suppose I'm looking at, I suppose with the Enfield, I feel like this patch, although it wasn't reactionary because we know the post 6 months of content was already done before the game came out, and then we'll start to see potential changes. But recently people have been saying we need more endgame content and combat events in Enfield, and then they came along and were like, well, we've got the perfect update for you. And everybody went, filler, fuck that. I'm like, what? I thought that's what you wanted, you know? Sometimes like the Enfield and the AK community can have its moments. Yo, Neo, what's up, dude? You welcome to the stream. And something for Chen regarding the area of the patch. Oh, wait. Okay. Yeah, don't say no more. Oh, shit. Okay. Bro, I can't wait till we go to a whole new region. I can't wait till we go to a whole new region, man. People want to be negative, they don't like it, the devs anticipated it. Yeah, like, I'm okay with people being negative. It's just, for me, like I say, it was like people were like, we need more of this. And literally, like, in 1.2, that's what people were saying. And then 1.3 comes along and goes, there you go. And everyone's like, no story. Ugh. Bro, I'm like, what are you, what? You know? Put me already on, boys. How have I been? I've been good, dude. First day back at the gym today. Felt weak as piss, but it was good, you know. I was only doing 150 pounds on the bench. Could have gone more, but you know, usually, you know, when I'm feeling good, talking like 220, you know, rep it out, good few sets. Yeah, 150. I definitely could have gone more, but I was like, well, I'm feeling this. I'm feeling this, man. Didn't feel too bad on doing my triceps and stuff, but feeling the fact that I haven't been able to train for like 5 weeks, and you know, I've not been eating like a gym diet. I've like, you know, obviously I've cut out sugar for a bit. Last week I've had a bit more sugar. But yeah, I was feeling like, dude at the gym was like, you've lost weight. And I was like, shit. I think he was saying you've lost weight though, like in terms of being as fat as you was, which I was like, okay. Because I was like, fuck, have I really lost that much muscle? Yeah, I got offered a massage as well at the gym. I was like, hey, straight in WhatsApp. What's Rosie? Woman's offered me a massage at the gym. You set your game up. All right then, let's get into Limbus, man. Let's get into Limbus. We've been stalling long enough, guys. We've been stalling long enough. Let's do this shit. Let's jump in. Give me a second here. Let me make sure you guys are up on screen as well. There we go. All right. Boot her up. Let's boot her up. Alaricio, welcome to the stream. Not much, just been yapping, reacted to a video. I've been bitching about the Wibber community, pretty much. You know, the usual. Oh shit, hold up. I need to change this, don't I? Because
Limbus Company.
You guys won't be able to see. Hopefully you can see that now. Hopefully you can see it. Limbus. There we go, it's up. If it ain't a story, it's filler. If it ain't combat, it doesn't. right. I think so. Like, I do feel, and this goes down to all developers, right? I do feel for developers running live services, it must be such a juggling act to get everything right, to filter, like, the good feedback from the bad feedback, you know, filter out the bad faith stuff, then take that good feedback and turn it into something that's going to benefit as many people as possible without ruining the experience and balance. And it must be a really hard thing. I do not envy live service developers, man. Like, you know that Star Wars meme? You know that, you know, when it's like, what, you only play single player games now? And he's like, yeah, it's a peaceful life. Like, I think of that, what it must be like for developers when it comes to developing a box price game to a live service. He's like, man, you only make single player games now? It's like, yeah, but, you know, they get to launch the game. Obviously, there's that stress and the problems that come with that as well. But then that's it, like, you know, it's on to just making a new project where they don't have to worry about all of those nuances and layers that come with running a live service game. For other games, maybe KGH just goes live and tells people to stop telling him how to make his game. Does he do that? Does he do that? Must be one of a Glaze video then. I don't know about Glaze. I just think I disagreed with it massively. Well, you could probably say it was a bit of Glaze, yeah. Hey, it was a Glaze video, but yeah. He did for the anniversary. Okay, that's kind of based. I respect that. I respect that. I like it. Like, you know, that shows to me that, like, you know, it's a passion project, right? It's a passion project. So yeah, I like that. Love to see that. I'd like to see more developers do that, because, like, you know, that was a big problem with Enfield. Not that I think Enfield did that. Didn't create what they wanted to create, but people assume that they're creating something they didn't want to create. Which it'd be nice if they come along and we're just like, no, we always had this planned. Shut the fuck up. Well, they're not going to do that, you know, but still. It'd be cool if they did. It'd be cool if they did. So, yeah, I was thinking, cause we can actually, we can do our little sister up here, guys. We can level her up. Which can get us to 34, actually. So I was thinking maybe we'll run without her for the time being. But if we get any... Can I... Yeah, I'm all good to up tie as well. We can up tie and level her up as well. So we can bring in the middle little sister as well, if we really need to. I'm hoping we won't. But some people have been telling me, Bucko, you're getting fucked this Canto. So maybe we have to, right? Maybe we need a little bit of extra help. So we'll see how things go. But for now... excuse me, we'll run the team that we've been running, and we'll see how things go, right? We'll see how things go, and if this filters or the wall do be walling, right? I think it was more about not telling him how to handle his company. Oh, okay. Even still though, you know, I like to see that sometimes. You know what? Of course, PR speak, right? I like it when developers are real. Even sometimes, if they say stuff that we're like, ooh, shoot, I don't know about that one, shouldn't have said that. It's nice, right? It's nice because we live in such a sanitized society now where everybody online, on TV, in politics, in development, in marketing, they're all just giving us lines that I think we want to hear and that's least likely to get them in hot water. It's nice when somebody just goes, fuck it, and just tells you how they feel, right? It's a good thing, that is, man. I like to see that. You know, it shows that there's a real human being there, right? All right, 2 seconds. I'm just going to get myself some water and then we'll start this. Down as well. Take a load off. There's a Minecraft Project Moon mod, was that? Been raining like we live in the UK here for the last few days. Do you know what, dude? We've had a beautiful last week or so. We had a mad thunderstorm the other day. Thunderstorm, should I say. But the weather's been beautiful, man. We've had like plus 30 degrees heat, and that's been beautiful. All right, let's jump in then. 516, the Pirates. This is the stage we're on, right? Bollocks. Excuse me. Yeah, ice cream was last, right? All right, then. Pirates. Yeah, I think we're right there. Let's do it.
놓치지 말게.
He crashes out on screen, then spends the next few public meets meekly asking people what they thought.
지구까지 도착하려면 한참 남았는데 그냥 평소대로 눈 붙이는 편이 낫지 않겠어?
Got the water now. It's full of salt.
아니면 내가 교대해 줄게. 어? 불침번에는 또 서질이 일단 말이지.
Yeah, Ishmael's been on smoke, hasn't she? This CANTO so far. I've loved it though. Gregor's yawn betrayed his confidence. Ishmael didn't care. She wasn't going to move from her station anyway. Ishmael looked like she was waiting for something to happen. Maybe she was deathly afraid of something. She did not even for a second, leave the telescope. Courtesy of Rain, most likely, installed on the modified Mephistopheles.
좋은 자세군 물개. 경계의 실패는 부대의 몰락이니 경계를 게을리하지 않아야 한다는 건 내 오랜 신조였다.
Swabby. I love how like Otis has been out here since day one. Like, you know, I'm a vet on the seas. I am. I asked Otis her thoughts out of curiosity. She simply replied that Vigilius had already acted upon the matter. If the executive manager would not take action, and that was that. Oh, question, because you guys said Vigilius is colour grade, yeah. What colour? Like, do they have colours? Because that's one thing I can't remember if I got told. They do, yeah. What's his colour grade? YouTube's got more aggressive with the blocking ad blockers again. Have they? Red gaze. Right, okay. Okay. Brother, if we let Odysseus take the wheel, we're gonna die. Right, red gaze, okay. Vigilius is balding, you know. I asked Otis her thoughts out of curiosity, but she simply replied that Vigilius had already acted upon the matter. The executive manager would not take action. And that was that. She also explained that while she would not hesitate to clash with Ishmael again, should the need arise, she would not continue this pointless tussle that only lowered the team's morale. I guess that's good enough.
하지만 여기는 배 위고 아까처럼 그 대호수의 규칙만 잘 지키면 여기서 갑자기 습격이라도 당할 리가.
Oh, what's that? What is he? Ishmael suddenly got up and hurried into the cabins, as though she noticed something through the telescope.
있기는 하군. 미안하게 됐다.
Yeah, you spoke too soon, bro. You spoke too soon.
지원머리 또 드리프트를 보여주는 거야?
방향을 틀기에는 늦었어요. 저번 같은 건 안 돼요. 안개 생성기로 모습을 의도적으로 감추고 있다가 갑자기 나타났다. 이건 우리를 확실하게 노리고 있다는
An
거네요.
artificial fog of war. Okay.
우리 위치가 발각된 이상 따라잡히는 건 시간 문제일 거다. 어떻게 처리할지는 알아서 결정하도록.
저쪽 배로 넘어가게 허락해 주세요, 관리자님.
Shit, we're on a boarding operation. Are you sure that boarding their ship is the best course of action? If you want to save our ship.
적어도 제 경험 안에서는.
Hey, she has got the experience. Okay, I'll leave it to you then.
계속
I think that's the right decision.
주셨으면 좋겠네요.
To be fair, I feel bad for anybody who's on that ship with how she's been going recently. I side with the relief, and she seemed to be going along with me for now. With that, I took a few steps behind the other sinners and watched her.
작사를 꽂아서 배를 강제로 붙일 거예요. 한 명은 키를 잡고 신호에 맞춰서 꺾어야 해요. 엔진도 적절한 타이밍에 꺼져야겠군. 어이 거기! 너는 여분 밧줄을 갖고 오고 넌 조타실에 들어가서 대기해라!
Ishmael's explanation was rapid and confident. Otis nodded along affirmatively. The other sinners were quick to follow their instructions. Watching Ishmael throw her razor-sharp harpoon toward the pirate ship, I started to feel that something was off. There they were, the sinners, working so well together like clockwork, but underneath all that, maybe all that mattered to them was their own goals. Man, Dante just wants everyone to be friends, right? He just wants everyone to be friends. I was wondering if all the times I'd spent thinking, hoping and contemplating about our futures together were pointless. This thought lingered for a while in my head. Okay. Oh, yo. This is a fucking dope looking stage. Dude, I love the designs of these stages, man. So fucking good. So good. Let me just try some a second, because I definitely still do have some screen tearing, I do. Bro. Why is my resolution set to that? Why is my resolution set to 640? Can I only change that on Windows? Yeah, we ain't gonna mess with it now. It looks fine. It looks fine. I ain't gonna mess with it. I don't think it was always like that, was it? Oh, it is always like that. It's not at that resolution, though, is it? Like, is the game just lying to me? Because that is no way the game is at that resolution. Oh, it's a quick. Oh, okay. All right then. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say because I'm like, so my monitor's 1440p, and this looks like it's. Well, it looks like it's running above 1080p at least.
내가 시범을 보이지.
It's gaslighting me. It's because of the engine update. Oh. Okay. I've never noticed it before. Wait, what? Dante wants to get head. In Divine Comedy, he seeks waifu Beatrice equals Dante wants head from Beatrice. Interpret that sentence however you like. I'll just let it sit there. I'll just let it sit there. It just says it. Okay. Finally got Kurakumo clan captain Ishmael this morning. 5 Ishmael ID before I even. Oh, nice. Nice. Congrats. Look at Otis go. Yeah, he's middle dong good as well. Just another PM anomaly. Excuse me. Oh, chat. My sister came through like a legend because you know I suffer from hay fever. My sister brought me some because like I've just been taking just normal antihistamines, and like my hay fever's been kicking my ass through it, like kicking my ass through it. Like, the other day I had the most insane sneezing fits. It was vile, like so horrible, like in terms of physically, not disgustingly, because it was just anyway. She just come round the other day. She was like, "Yeah, try these." I bought these, and she bought me some like the strongest ones you can get over the counter, non-prescription. Man, the lifesaver, lifesaver. I've been taking it before I go to bed every night, so I wake up and I feel so much better in the morning. It's a game changer. You were saying KK is your favourite, like publicly admitting God is your favourite Pokemon, you know. Middle Don needs a middle team. What, like full on? By the way, I hope you got an Ishii ID ready to go. There's a few fights she's forced to participate. Oh, really? Oh, maybe instead of leveling Don up then, we'll level one of my Ishmael IDs up then. Maybe we do that then. Okay, maybe we do that then. Because, my Ishmael is,
어때 딸? 엄마밖에 없지?
yeah. Which is the better? Yeah, you want a good number. Okay, she needs 6 plus envy resonance constantly. That's all I have. Yeah, it's not. Yeah. Best in your opinions, Edgar. Shard middle apprentice if you can. Works good your account. Is that middle Ishmael, is he? Quick, do a temple on a banner. Oh yeah, what's... Oh shit, look at that artwork. Flick burn by half raff resin. Is that resonance, yeah? Is he? Heads here to flick 3 burn on 3 random enemies. Do not do middle Ishmael, right. Slosh issue will be best for memes. Let's have a look at this. I like the artwork. Game poise. Pace on next turn. Defense level down. Sinking. What's sinking now? When hit by an attack, take fixed SP. Okay. So it's for the SP, yeah. Yeah, maybe, right? Just pull on the Ishii banner. Oh shit, I didn't even know. Should we The broken fight's already patched. Should we just chuck a 10 pull? Just see what we get? I wouldn't pull unless you plan on buying more packs later. Just a cheeky 10, right? Just a cheeky 10. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to start the game. I am gonna have to restart the game. Because I have to turn off NVIDIA VSync. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do a cheeky 10 pull. Let's just quickly close the game though, because we have to turn I ain't got it specifically set up for Limbus because I have to change it. Alright. Should we do a cheeky one? Let's do a cheeky one. Wolby's near. Yeah, we'll do a cheeky 10. We'll do a cheeky 10. To be fair, I've been enjoying this game that much that I don't mind maybe doing a little
Limbus
swipe.
Company.
Just a little swipe. Just a little swipe, right? Just a little one. Little cheeky 10. And then if we have to swipe, little swipe. You know, just a little swipe. We won't go too hard. Pretty much any issue ideas and upgrade. I haven't really got that bad ones. Oh, man. It can't be that bad, right? Have I just got like the worst ones in the game? Oh my days. Swipe and fuel the Limbus anime, right? Okay then. Cheeky 10 pull on the Ishii banner. So, obviously, be nice if you got the... So, what the fuck? Okay, that's right. Let's see what we can do. See what we can do. Come on. You know what you did for me the other day? Game? Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Just give me a banging temple. A banging temple. This one looks insane. This one does. All right, let's go. Oh. Oh wait. Oh.
자, 그대가 나와 결투할 자인가?
That's done, yeah. Ah. I'm happy about that though. I'm happy about that though. But still. If you guys, if you were early to my Sinclair's My Hero video, right? I actually accidentally used this image of Don initially. So yeah, damn bro, this game knows Don's my favorite, doesn't he? You don't just have some of the worst IDs for Ishmael, you got some of the worst IDs in the game, period. Oh god. Oh damn. You get all the dons before you get crumb of Fishmael. You're nearing the crosshairs of fate. Bro's getting older IDs. Yeah, it seems that's the case with this account. One more. One more, right? One more. Just one more. You know? Check how many Ishmael shards I have. Let's have a look, actually. Where am I looking? Inventory. I've got 100 of these. Which one's Ishmael? Oh, jeez. Which one's Ishmael? That's Faust. I don't know. Is that Ishmael? I've got 96. %% of gamblers quit before hitting it big. True. 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 800 more box. Need 400 for... Okay. So, what? I can get maximum 300 out of them boxes, yeah, but I'm more likely to get around 150 to 200, right? Okay. All right. We'll do one more cheeky temple. Last one. No more. No more, chat. All right, no more. Chat, you bad influences. No more, chat. Okay? Ban casual before we do this, Paul. Don't let him back in. No fake out this time. Oh my days, bro. Just getting Don Quixote left, right, and center. What the hell? Bro, this is a Don account now. This is. This is straight up Don Quixote account. Oh my days. Have a look at something a second. New manager onboarding back. What's this? Free guarantee. Ooh, what's this? Oh, wait. Guarantee what? Is that like a selector? A selector? What's that? Another cheeky to range your lunacy down to... we could do, yeah. Casual, thank you very much for the 14, man. Appreciate it. It's kind of right. You know, let's round it down to 4, right? 5,300 does look a little bit odd, right? Does look a little bit odd. So, yo, Casual, thank you very much for the super chat, dude. Much appreciated. Alright, let's do it for the culture. Let's do it for the culture, chat. Alright. Let's do it for the culture. Peer pressure and all that. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Oh. Oh. Chat. 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 Come on. Come on.
아, 엄마. 들어올 때 노크 좀 해달라니까. 아니,
We're good, yeah?
들어오는 게 싫은 건 아니고. 그냥 월간 해결사 잡지 보고 있었어. 안 바쁘면
Is this the one we wanted, right? This is exactly the one we wanted. Oh, this is middle? Oh, shit. What the fuck? That artwork's dope as well. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Middle team is on the way. A. W to peer pressure. W to peer pressure. You know what? I'm never gonna, you know, I'm always gonna believe in chat now. I'm always gonna believe in chat now, guys, because last time you guys did this in Enfield, go on, just do a cheeky temple, and I got Tang in a temple. You know? I think I need to start listening to chat. Let's go. Let's go. Buzzing. I don't think I've gone past 30 pulls in this game now, have I, to get units? What the fuck? I don't think I have I? I got Ryosha in 30. We got Otis in, was it 30 or 40? And we just got her in 30. That's crazy. You're welcome. Got mum and daughter middle IDs just like that, right? Jackpot. Okay, so I guess we do look then, yeah. Look diff, right? Actually kind of crazy. On the rates in this game, like 3% or something, though. We're like halfway through Canto 5, I think. We can get it to level 34. Get to 33, yeah. You're not even a quarter way. Oh my god. Pardon me. You play middle teams by using every turn 6 times defense counter skills that turn into SC. Use 6x absolute envy resonance, so it's important to have envy skills and IDs. Right. I think I get what you're saying there. You'll have to point it out in game. I want to skip this as well, yeah. You need an unbroken purple chain. Right, okay. I need to skip this, right. But even without the resonance, this is going to be an improvement on what I've got, right.
벌써 죽어버리니 아쉽네요.
Did you listen to Chap Silver Ash?
나오는 주인공이랑 똑같아서 잡지 인터뷰나 방송에서 언급한 기술을 좀 보고 싶었거든요. 아, 죽이기 전에 사인도
No, that was just like horrific all around. I can't remember if chat was even a part of that. I know Casual cursed me, and Casual's curses kind of work. Actually, we've got to have some agreement, Casual, because whenever you are part of encouraging me to pull in a positive sense, I get units. Whenever that bro steps in and goes, I don't want you to get this, I'm going to take pleasure in you not getting it, I actually legit get fucked. So, like, we've got to work something out with Casual, man, because something's not right. It's not right, man. We really, damn, we need to do Don Up as well, don't we? Really need to do Don Up. I ain't got the what's it to do Don though, no. Actually, we can get it to 31. Get to 31, that should be enough, yeah? Go on, an offer's always on the table. 31's fine, yeah. Can I... Oh, I should be good, right? Same thing again, yeah. Skip.
내게 장부의 처리를 맡기셨네. 이거 참 기대에 보답해드려야겠네.
Oh, dude, that artwork was so fucking dope. So dope. Oh, I can read this one. I can read this one, can I? Don saw his phone. Oh, okay then. 'Tis true honour that I was availed the chance to be a squire to none other than the big brother himself. And that is not all. I am brought to tears that I have been deemed enough to be made a member of the middle. How could I have known that the finger had deemed me worthy? Hey, new girl, we like your energy, we really do. But Big Brother will be here soon, so let's try to watch our manners for now, okay? Quite. With a most dramatic and exaggerated expression, the child shuts her mouth. Then she straightened her back and politely placed one palm over the other. There was a tempest of words whirling behind the child's shut yet restlessly trembling mouth. If anyone were to give her a chance, it would come pouring out like a cascade. That is like the perfect description of what I imagine is going on when Don's got a mouth shut, right? You know? Straight up, like, mouth shut, but you know it's just bursting to come out, right? Excuse me. Do you like that look, did you, Ken? Did you like that, Ken? Hey? You like, winners win, right? Winners win, mate. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say, bucko. Yo, Marky, what's up, dude? Middle Don's artwork is great. Highlighted by YouTube, what do you mean? But yo, welcome to the stream, man. It's good to see you, man. Long time. Cute Don. She's a SpongeBob meme with the water in her talk. It's talking. I'm offended. I will now become a troll online. With everyone lined up so neatly along the walls, the mood seems somewhat serious in this hallway. Some might say that the child could not possibly fit into such a group, but looking closer would reveal that even the other members were secretly giggling and whispering amongst each other in low voices. Maybe this organisation is more laid back and tight-knit than it initially appeared. Well, maybe not as loud as this child, but still. Stream is recommended. Oh, okay. Came here to slap a like and say hi. I'm doing really well, thank you, dude. Hopefully you're doing good as well, man. That's a blast from the past, man, seeing you in chat. I love her face, yeah, she is cute, man. Ah, there he have arrived. An intimidating figure could be seen confidently walking from the other end of the hallway. Either behold the density of tattoos on his magnificence. His entire body was covered with the augmentation tattoos of the middle. With each vengeance carried out, a middle member would gain the right to add a single tattoo. There was this unseen aura about him, as though he could defeat dozens of enemies all on his own. Oh, so that's what's the deal with the tattoos then. Okay. His overwhelming aura made the child's skin tingle merely by proximity. Looking lively, boys and girls. Everything's good? Ooh, oh. How hath he found the time to enumerate so many vengeances? Carrying them out alone must have been a trial. To fill that gargantuan book to the brim with grievances must require more than mere scribbling with a pencil. Who's this kid? Ah, she's our new family. Bit of a chatterbox, but she's pretty capable. Huh? Is that so? Yeah, I can see that. A new sister, huh? Now this is an occasion deserving of a proper evening party. Party? Very burr. Too bad I'm a bit busy this evening. I'll leave it up to you guys to take care of it. Here, take this card and get whatever you want. Is he just gave us the middle black credit card, yeah? Thank you, big brother. And good luck to you, new girl. I got some business to take care of at a different port ship, so I'll be gone for a while. Yes, sir. As soon as the big brother turned the corner of the hallway, waving his hand. Did thou see that? Did thou hear? Sir, big brother, he hath beheld mine countenance in his eyes and plans to host a party in my honour. Jeez, the girl's got a whole loudspeaker in her lungs or something. Good for you, though. Good for you. We do that for every new member, you know. No need to lose your head over it. Love to party. I can imagine her saying that now, she said, Body. Well, if you love to party that much, let's try finishing out chores early today so we can get right to it, huh? Yeah, let's make this quick, eh? Well said. How will this child even fit in a place like this? One might wonder. But it is often the case that such a simple mind can bring the best results. Party! Dude, I love this artwork. This artwork goes hard, doesn't it? As long as a reward is in sight, their work efficiency will skyrocket. Behold, thy sins enumerated in this very book. I must leave this place post haste for a business. Resist not and accept thy punishment with dignity. I didn't know. I didn't know they were one of the middle. Care not. Thou art evil, but it is evil to speak ill of the brotherhood, the sisterhood of the middle. To not take the middle side, fie on thee. With my vengeance and with my justice and thy sin, I shall add another tattoo to myself. She's really beating the crap out of that one, huh? With such a bright smile too. Bet you she'll go far. She won't be one of us juniors for long. Better make the party something to remember then, eh? Oi, Don Quixote, craving anything in particular for the party? Want to eat ice cream? The child carries out the vengeance of the middle, shouting the name of her current cravings from the top of her lungs. Truly an individual most fit for the middle. Yeah, I love Don. You know what? I'm a Ryoshu simp, man, but I think Don might be my favourite. She's fucking brilliant, man. She's brilliant. Let me just put put the VZ back on. He's nice seeing stuff animated though. Should be alright until we restart the game though. I don't know. Alright, let's get back to it. Get back to it, chat. Let's go. People went feral for this art. Kinda see why. Kinda see why, not gonna lie. Alright, let's do it. Where shall I have her in the squad though here? She go for the 1, 2, 3, 4. Because I'm thinking keep Sinclair up there early, right? Wait, actually though, do we drop Sync and bring in because of Ishii though? Do we bring in Ishii now? Can bring in 6. I suppose we can, can't we, boy? I quite like having the 2 skills for units. Yeah, let's go with the 6 instead. Yeah, let's do the 6, shall we? So Should we go?
키 이럴 것 같아서 되게
일인가요?
키만
Should we do
잡고
that?
있을 때가 아니구려.
You reckon that's a good order? Chat. Yeah. See, I've got no idea how to use these units, so you're gonna have to bear with me here. We're gonna hold on, let me just double check. Yeah, these levels should be alright.
본인이 나서지.
We're gonna wing it a little bit. Yeah, this art is fire. Have 2 skill chains in battles anyway. If it doesn't work, just drop 1. Alright, we'll
내가 시범을 보이지.
won't worry about it too much until we get into a focus fight, then we'll have a look, have a proper look. I love these stage design.
도달했다.
낮도 밤도 지
Counter gaming.
숨이 닿도록 베어냈군. 그렇지. 바로 그거다 딸래.
나 보기엔
She has a unique effect on her.
멋있는 건 알아가지고.
I'm just looking at the models as well.
기술 봤어? 디테일 진짜 장난 아니던데. 이렇게 하는 건가? 아니
Oh, she fucking
기술
SPs
봤어?
in the
디테일
red. Yeah,
진짜
what's she
장난
on her?
아니던데.
Attack
이렇게
power
하는 건가?
up. I got praised. Compulsion. Starting counter with minus 25 SP. At less than 0 SP. At turn start, gain 3 attack power up. Oh, okay, interesting. Gotta make sure we win those early clashes then, yeah.
불길한 소리. 예감이 좋지 않다. 경계를 늦추지 말도록.
Okay.
내가 시범을 보이지.
Middle, TLDR, just pick purple. Right. 6 purple gotta make middles counter skill 3. Is she now just feed off each other? Right. I'm gonna have to have a proper look, man. Oh, dude. Oh, yo, this Don is fire. This Don is actually fire. Pick purple, if no purple, counter. Right, okay.
그렇지.
몰라 열받죠? 이러면 아무것도 못하죠.
He's encouraged to up tie all 4 of them, is he? Right, so... He's saying... We'll go for defensive in the, Do that. Same for Don as well. Drop X, I can throw you a quick screen on Discord. Yeah, you can do. Yeah, you can. Same for fucking Don as well, you reckon? Wait a minute. With Ryoshu, I don't need to do it, right? Do I? She doesn't have any... Let me double check. We don't need to do it with Ryoshu, right? Doesn't really matter. We just take that off.
그려낸 대로.
Not just 6 in a chain. Yeah. They need to be all together. Yeah. Ryoshu was slow motion with the dodge. Yeah, I forgot about that. You're right, BBN. Welcome, BBN.
엄마만큼은 못하지만
Especially one.
나를 이기면서 뵐 수 있거든.
Chat, you're in the fun. I nearly murdered I didn't even spot chat saying anything. I actively nearly did some murdering. It's alright though. It's alright though. Shame we can't oh, so close. If we added in that wouldn't count now, would it? I'm gonna check something actually, because he's got purples, doesn't he? Yeah, we need his relentless stabbing, don't we?
거기구나.
He's relentless stabbing, that'll help us, yeah. Yeah, Twitch chat's it's broke today.
멋있는 건 알아.
It's my fault. It's not even the software's fault, it's my fault today. I broke it. So I think you should put up the 3 middles first. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Yeah. It's a good call actually. Good call, to be fair. I kind of want to see these moves, huh? Actually. That just gives us a 4 though, doesn't he? If I'm not getting the 6, I might as well just use the other attacks, right? Right? If the chain's not there.
거긴 킬존이다.
This is why you need more middle. Their defense is the strongest move as well. As always, envy, so chains are super easy.
되겠냐고요. 쳐다보고.
준비한 기밀은 이게 다인가?
Yo, my team looks flashy now, though. My team looks flashy now. I know, son. I'll check it out in a sec. Oh, egos count too. Oh. Okay. Okay. Well, I can get one here, right? 2, 3, 4. Right?
재밌겠는데?
장부를 펼칠 것 그럼 끝이다.
장부에 따르면 랜드 정신 차리게. 그걸로
급수가 전부 꿰뚫렸네.
Oh.
우리가 넘어갈
Not
생각이었는데.
too easy, man.
이런 야비한 자식들.
We're doing color matching, man. I'm back at school. I got cooked, man. These guys are too weak. Yeah. I'm starting to get it now. I'm starting to get it. I need to learn a little bit more about like the nuances and stuff. But yeah, makes sense. Sinclair killed everything too quick. Sink's still the beast, man. Sink's still the beast. You crafty bastards. We were going to board your ship first. Yo, this ship looks dope.
우리가 좀 바빠서 말이야.
현올릴 생각보다는 바른 대로 말하는 게 신상에 좋을 거야.
Lie or flap your gums meaninglessly, and I'll tear the lips off your mugs.
그럼
Okay, alright.
어디서 왔냐?
Heathcliff coming with the bars again. You bonkers, you know.
우리 부선장님을 건드리고도 멀쩡하게 돌아가는 놈들이 있을 수는 없지.
Oh, they'll come back for vengeance, yeah? Okay.
그건 우리 조직에 대한 수치다.
Don't worry, once you play the railways, you get how hard this game can get.
가만두지 말라고
Yeah,
하셨다.
I think sometimes it's, adversity's the thing that, like, you know, it encourages you to make you figure things out, doesn't he? I recommend using Heathcliff in your team because of all his ideas of envy skill. Right, okay. Yeah, okay, yeah. That's a good thing now. I need to look at stuff like that, really, to facilitate it a bit better, don't I? Okay. Steph a Brit thing. That too, I remember that. Well, Plonky, yeah. By the way, in excavations, you can choose up to 10 waves, so if you're interested in tests, you can try it. Oh yeah, quick question. You know when it comes to excavations, you know how you can like skip them or just do them? You know when you skip them it costs more, right? I'm assuming you just get the same amount of materials, right? So it's just costing you more to skip it, right? Captain Hook's orders. You get less, do ya?
나쁘진 않은 걸?
Wait, so, you get more... You get less mats. Oh, do ya? Because I was doing it manually yesterday. Oh, you get 1.5 the tickets for 2 times the cost. Oh, okay. Okay, so it's a worse deal, but you do get more. Right, okay. Okay. Alright, okay. Yeah, because I was just doing it manually, because I was like, in my head, I was just like, well, at the mini, I suppose I was like, I'm min-maxing that stuff, so I was like, I want to use as little as possible, like, you know what I mean? So I was just doing it manually. Okay. Yeah, it's just time saver then. Okay.
근데 혓바닥 논리라고 누가 그랬냐?
Convenience over efficiency.
잘도 먹히겠다.
You pay 2x energy and get 1.5 rewards. You get 10 XP tickets for 2 modules and skipping you get... Okay, yeah, okay. Think your threats will rattle us? We're no tenderfoot, you stupid sons of bachelors. Okay, that's a new one.
끈질기네 이것들. 기껏 부선장을 살려줬더니 고마워하지도 않고.
스미, 그 사람이 말한 게 이걸까요? 자길 건드리면 큰일이 날 거라던데.
Maybe we should have listened to her. Is she?
아니야. 붓이라는 건 고작 그럴 때 느끼는 감정이 아니야.
This Ishmael is just insane. I love it.
뭐? 함께했던 동료들이 광기 어린 선동에 전부 개죽음 당해버리고 유일하게 들리는 소리라고는
Oh shit! Oh, did I cut her off? Bro.
그리고 그 꼬락서니 속에서도 살아남고 싶다는 박동이라는 걸 알아버린 그때
Holy cow, dude.
그럴 때 느끼는 거야.
Scorched earth?
이라는 건
기다려봐. 너희들 배를 보니까 정말 아무것도 모르나 본데.
Unfortunately, we actually do, so I don't know if you're going to try and weasel your way out of it regarding that.
나를 살려주면 다 말해줄게.
Yeah.
그리고
I don't think, it's
그분께도
gonna work.
이야기를 잘 드려보겠어.
You cooked?
손해보는 장사는 아니잖아. 나까지 죽어버리면 그분이 오해를 하실지도 모르니까. 그렇지. 역시 구미가 당기지? 만약 그렇게 되면 너희도 기적적으로 호수를 벗어날 수 있...
이런 의미도 없는 뻔한 말을 일일이 들어주는 것도 한심해.
Cold-hearted. Holy cow. Dude, I love it as well, because she's going on such a mad one. Like, people are genuinely shitting themselves when she's going off on one, right?
방금 저게 마지막이었죠? 다시 배로 복귀하면 되겠어요.
Damn. She's She's having a Rick Grimes moment. You know when Rick Grimes like snaps and he's just like, alright, that's it. The ship was still as death. Sails fluttered a forlorn dance in the winds. Holy cow.
어때 딸? 엄마밖에 없지?
Okay, alright, let's okay, so we want 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's maybe have him at 5, yeah, because we've got a bit more chance of
일인가요?
lining up some envy there, haven't we?
검 끝을 바라본다.
Like a woman who will always just fucking kill me. It will just fucking kill me. So something's been bothering me. Wasn't it weird how they all seem so certain? And if we kept going this way, we'd run into some other huge disaster.
특기할 점은 아닙니다, 관리자님. 저들은 자신이 우위에 있다고 굳게 믿었기 때문입니다. 그것보다 특이했던 것은 저들의 선체 아래에 날카로운 것들이 무수하게 박혀 있었다는 것입니다.
Oh. That's not very reassuring. That's like what farmers do for the sheep to stop wolves grabbing hold of them. You know, like those spiked collars and stuff. They do it for the dogs as well, don't they? Is that to stop something swallowing the ship?
백끼리의 충돌을 대비한 것 아닌가? 해상 근접전에서는 그런 일이 왕왕 있다고 들었다.
That really makes sense at the front, though.
충각을 노렸다기에는 위치가 배 바닥에 중점적으로 몰려 있었고 부식의 정도를 보았을 때 설치한 지 그리 오래되진 않아 보인다.
배 밑바닥을 보았다고?
가까우니 맑아서 보였다.
밑에서 무언가가 올라오려는 걸 막고 싶었던 걸까요?
Maybe. I like Mersault's like more analytical, right? As we pulled up, Rose had a look around while everybody else is concentrating on getting onto the boat.
아니 배 바닥을 향해 돌진하는 물고기는 상상이 잘 안 되는 걸. 유리창이 돌진하는 참새도 아니고.
별거 아닐 수도 있잖아. 해적들은 미신 같은 거 잘 믿는다며. 그런 장식 아니야?
역시 그 파일럿 대리와 동행을 해야 했나? 하우스 씨, 뭐 알고 있는 거 없어?
관련된 정보는 아직 업데이트되지 않았습니다. 호수의 규칙을 유념하며 나아가는 것이 최선인 것 같군요.
Thus continued our journey to the Lobotomy Corp branch with the variable coordinates pilot gave us. Paranoia of the unknown weighing heavily on our shoulders. After an intermediate amount of time,
오티스, 방향타를 좌현으로 돌려야 할 것 같네요.
뭐?
Otis, who was looking out ahead from the bow of the ship, whipped around. Whatever Faust said seemed to have hit her unexpectedly.
어이, 몇십 분 전만 해도 이 구역을 직선으로 빠르게 지나가야 한다고 말하지 않았나?
Oh, we're having to follow the coordinates, so aren't we?
예측했던 속도에 도달하지 못했습니다. 이대로 이 구역을 벗어나게 되면 다음 구역의 파도를 맞이할 겁니다.
Oh, that's not good.
그게 이번 구역의 빌어먹을 규칙인가?
맞습니다.
Yeah, really, without knowing the laws at all, you would be cooked going out here, right? I'm really curious about these laws and how they work exactly. I'm really fascinated about that. Because like, that was my thing. Like, I was like, why don't people just sail around on the Great Lake to have a look at what's going on in the rest of the world? And it's like, okay, this makes sense now. This makes sense.
해적과의 전투가 빠르게 끝마쳐지긴 했지만 시간이 지체되었던 건 다르지 않았으니까요. 변동 좌표가 안내하는 내용이 바뀌었습니다.
여기서 얼마나 더 썩어야 하는 거지?
안내대로라면 약 3일 정도의 우회 항로를 이용해야겠군요.
3 more days. What is bitter, lit with discontent before suddenly turning in my direction?
관리자님, 이번 작전의 속도를 증진하는 것과 더불어 관리자님께서 중하게 여기셨던 LCCB 대원들의 구출 및 신병 확보 확률을 올리기 위한 묘안을 제안하고 싶습니다. 적어도 3일이라는 시간을 지체한 후까지 그들이 건강한 상태로 있을 것이라는 보장은 없습니다.
Fair. Well, what's the plan?
배를 돌리지 않는 것입니다.
People in the city generally don't leave their district without good reason. Yeah, it's just that that thing in my head of where I'm like, I'm fascinated by what's out there. I just kind of like, you know, want to learn more. Obviously in good time. With that, how to slowly raise the acceleration lever. I like how she was like, I've got an idea. What should... He's like, what is it? She's like, this?
뭐라고요? 제정신인가요? 파도가 올 것이라는 걸 미리 알고 그 안으로 들어가겠다고요?
파도에 대해서는 나도 들은 것들이 있다 물게. 모를 줄 알았나? 네 녀석도 파도를 겪고 이겨낸 경험이 많았을 거라고 보는데.
Oh, so it doesn't... Okay, so there is potential to survive it. It's just outside of, I guess, maybe others. It's just more that zone turning on you. But it's potentially survivable, I guess.
그야 당연하죠. 하지만 그건 정보가 부족해서 어쩔 수 없이 맞닥뜨린 파도들이었어요. 알고 지나간 적은 한 번도 없다고요.
하지만 이겨냈던 거지?
We're basically riding into a hurricane here.
심지어 지금처럼 무한한 목숨이 아니던 시기에도 말이지. 그건 우리가 충분히 이겨낼 수 있음을 의미한다.
I don't know.
더불어
We're not exactly
작전 속도의
naval
단축과
experts here.
관리자님, 그리고 소수 졸개가 원했던 구출 확률 증가까지 얻는다. 이스마일, 너는 우리가 지지부진하던 게 영 마음에 들지 않았던 것만 같은데 3일간 일광 건조라도 하고 싶어졌나?
Instead of responding to Oates' sarcastic remark, Ishmael squinted in the direction the boat was speeding in.
물결, 냄새, 속도, 색깔.
The blue whirling lake.
그리고 비린 청색 호수. 직접 겪어본 호수는 아니지만 저 호수의 파도에 작살난 배들은 많았다는 건 알아요.
The blue whirling lake of Merkin Fish Reek. Okay, that doesn't sound good.
그게 우리가 되지 않으면 될 뿐이다.
저 만일 갔다가요. 아니다 싶으면 다시 돌아와도 되잖아요. 그렇지 않나요?
다시 돌아간다고요? 이 호수에는 왔던 길로 되돌아간다는 개념이 없단
Why?
말이에요.
어떻게 할까요, 단테?
Oh, you're gonna put that on me? Let's try following Otis's plan.
네. 구역의 경계를 넘어 지정한 호수로 갑니다.
맙소사. 오티스 씨, 당신의 생각이 맞아들어야 할 거예요.
Well, you're the executive manager, you know. This sort of shit's above my pay grade. As soon as those words left Ishmael's mouth, there was a flash in the sky. Thunder? Uh-oh. Bro, I would have a panic attack. I would have a panic attack, man. Like, I think I've got thalassophobia. Like, I've got no fear of going in the sea, right? Like, going on holiday, I love getting in the sea, right? Going for a swim. Like, loved doing it when we went to Zante last time. Jumping off the boat, swimming in the caves and everything, love it, right? But that's crystal clear water, sunny. You can see the bottom most of the time, unless you wait until you go out quite far, because Zante Beach specifically, like, it's really shallow for quite a long way. But that would scare the shit out of me. No fucking way.
비가 몰아치네요.
태풍의 눈깔 아니다.
Wait, the sky was clear just moments ago. How could this...
이미 파도가 밀려왔다는 거예요, 관리자님.
The waves. I like the way they call it the waves.
재미있는 볼거리였어.
Cthulhu horror for real. You got fear of the big bottomless depths and the things that might be in there. For real, man? To me, that's like a normal ass fear, man. I'm telling you.
결혼 슬슬 그 기능을 사용해 볼까?
Oh shit! Look at this. This actually looks like 3D rendered, right? Full on 3D rendered.
버티기 모드 전환.
Endure mode. Oh, what the... What the fuck? Oh my god, look at the sky as well. That's when reality began to sink in. What had happened to what had happened to, what happens to, and what will happen to everyone and everything that entered this lake without preparation for what's to come. What's there to be afraid of? What do we do now, Ishmael?
대호수에 처음 항해를 시작하는 풋내기 선원이라면 한 번쯤 들었던 말이 있죠. 만약 네가 어떤 파도가 일지 모르는 호수 속에 갇히게 된다면 믿어야 하는 건 단 하나다.
Oh shit. That'd be a good idea to get off the deck.
조금이라도 늦게 되지.
What is that?
무기를 꺼내두는 편이 좋을 거다.
Is that a giant stingray, bro?
그건 너의 항해 실력도 말리까지 보는 길잡이 실력도 동료들 간의 끈적이는 유대감도 아니다. 많은 이들이 이것을 견디지 못하고 호수 밑바닥에 스스로를
Holy shit, I love what they're doing here with like the visuals, man. Many sailors failed to endure this trial and instead choose to become the sacrifices of the depths of the lake.
뭐예요? 뭐가 기어 올라오고 있는 거예요?
그저 어떠한 혼돈과 떨림에도 제정신을 유지할 수 있는 너의 의지를 믿어야 한다.
Oh shit.
고작 호수가 너 따위에 잠잠해질지는 모르겠지만
Give me like sin vibes. No, from Final Fantasy X. But more gruesome. Holy cow, dude. Nah, there's no point here because I'm not going to get the what's it all way. So I might as well,
재밌겠는데?
Right, for that.
순간이 다 들어.
I don't leash, she's right.
이리 와라.
우리 엄마 멋있는 건 알아가지고. 낮도 밤도
I really like what they're doing here. This is fucking awesome. This is like the setting, the theme, the stage. This is all fucking cool, man.
이러면 아무것도 못하죠.
급소가 전부
쳐다보고. 멋있는 거 알아가지고. 그럼 끝이다.
Go make some perfume. Get some blubber.
브레이크 슬램. 원망도 옅어지나.
기름도 나오지 않는 놈이구려.
little feet noises. What the fuck is that? Handsome fella. Sinking bleed, sinking fragility. What does that one damage per count from sinking effects? So is that like a dot of losing SP, basically? Is that what that is? Whale of the poorest hand, soldier mermaid. The poorest hand. Little holes in it, yeah. Whale of the poorest hand, mermaid. Okay.
거긴 킬존이다.
쳐다보긴 멋있는 건 알아가지고.
This whale's got hands. Thinking it's easy, he's molded his game. Low-key annoying what the .s speed rate. It makes it so you take 2 points of sinking debuff. Which I guess something like that could be a bitch for Fishmael, right? Considering she starts off with minus 25 SP. If she starts losing clashes and getting hit with that, that could be problematic, right?
제법 지쳤나 보.
오랜만에 숨 좀 차는군.
Oh, is that the CANTO debuff specifically? Oh, so that's nothing to do with... That's nothing to do with Fishmael in the middle herself. Right. Makes sense, I guess. Makes sense. Ah, so close. So close, right? That's a good move to do that, though, is it? Might it be better to go with a more potential dominating flashes, right?
장부를 펼칠 것도.
Believe in Fishmael.
그럼 끝이다.
I love this environment though. I love this stage we're fighting on. This is awesome. This is.
글루체 같았군.
엄마만큼은 못하지만 나도
I would like us to get more games like this in the gacha space. No, what I mean by that, like, don't get me wrong, we've got plenty of gacha games that have this sort, like, you know, we have turn-based games and games that are trying different things. Like, well, I mean, which I don't know, there is some, but like, especially like more animated, stylized stages as well. There are some that do have them for sure, definitely. I think Morriman's does a good job of that, right? And Reverse 1999 does as well. I'm just trying to think of some other ones as well off the top of my head.
호수 밑에 사는 정체불명의 것들은 고래라는 이름으로 불리죠. 그 안에서 나오는 것들은 인어에 속하고요.
Okay. Whales and mermaids.
고래. 정말이지. 마주치고 싶지 않은 고래였는데.
Oh, no, it has some great looking stages as well. If you have a full meal team, you can use their third skill all the time. Is that one of the whales they were talking about at Yuko?
인어가 이렇게 배를 습격해서 공격하기도 하나요? 그리고 어릴 때 본 책에서 읽었던 거와는 너무나 다르게 생겼는데.
Yeah, like I say, there definitely aren't those big titty, long-haired mermaids that we're used to seeing.
인어라. 어릴 때 형이.
You need to get into Morriman's. They're doing a sale now. Oh, are they? People have been telling me for ages, man. I've really, like, because from a visual aesthetic, what I've seen of it, it looks amazing. And I've heard it's really good as well.
그러니까 이런 것들을 잡아서 향수인지 뭔지를 만드는.
Yo, that's what they make perfumes out of. Those ones. Holy fuck. And people must be walking around stanking.
베르, 이번에야말로 좀 도와주지.
잊었어? 저 양반 K사에서 우리가 묵사발 당하고 있었을 때도 눈 하나 안 찌푸리고 구경하고 있었잖아.
아, 간간히 멀리서 손까지 흔들어주기도
He did
했어요.
wave at us.
아마 제 손목이 부러지고 있었을 때라 손을 흔들어드리진 못했지만요.
물론 나라고 메피스토펠레스가 침몰할 때까지 손 하나 까딱 안 하고 있진 않겠지. 하지만 내가 나설 때는 딱 한순간이다.
Okay.
너희가 모조리 점멸당하고 적들이 관리자의 머리를 박살낸 뒤 그 시침과 분침을 떼어가기 전에
Are you serious right now?
폐사의 귀한 자원을 제가 눈앞에서 가만히 뺏길 수는 없지 않습니까?
See, I love this. The way, like he says, he gets it from our vibe. But sometimes it genuinely seems like he understands exactly what we're saying.
그러니 아쉽게도 내가 나서는 장면은 너희가 죽고 난 그 이후에야 구경할 수 있을 거다.
길잡이 씨, 실력 좋다는 거 좀 부풀려진 게 아니었을까? 그것은 아니요.
그건 아니야.
Two previous victims of Vigilis interjected, albeit in hollow voices, to rebuke Roger's rather dangerous remark.
그러니 저것들을 마저 쓸어버리든 같이 여정의 동반자로
Is bro
합류시키든
really that powerful? It's just like, I can chill till I need to. Till all hope is lost and then I'll step in, fuck 'em up and I'll bounce. So, by that then, would he do that for Karen? Because he said he wouldn't let Mephistophelies sink. Would he stop Karen getting murked as well? No, he's a bum. Hold up 2 seconds, chat. For a bee. Hey yo guys, as well, if you haven't already done so, if you are enjoying the stream, be sure to drop a like on stream, guys. Drop a like if you're enjoying it. Alright then, what's this? The Waves 2. Let's go. Kill the whale.
검끝을 바라본다.
The audacity to call the honoured guys a fraud. So, you know, with win rate as well, you know, on a team like the middle, will it do its best to try and line up the resonance, like?
모르겠는데.
No. Okay.
쳐다보기. 우리는 멋있는 거.
He does not care for mechanics. He just goes for best clashing. Right, okay. No. I'd say it starts to fall apart then. Right, okay.
바로 그거다 딸래. 아무튼 슬램.
Bro, my new team's looking kind of tasty, you know. Looking kind of tasty, chat.
해줬으니 포장지 한번 벗겨야겠군.
Oh, no.
내가 시범을 보이지.
그렇지. 바로 그거다 딸래.
Okay, okay.
멋있는 거 몰라가지고.
It kind of makes sense, though, I suppose, right? Because otherwise, you know, in games that have auto, unless it's an AFK type game, right? There needs to be some, like, reason to encourage the person to play the game. Otherwise, then, what's the point, right? And inevitably, it's just going to lead to a game that's going to have incredibly surface level mechanics, right? If the AI is just going to be capable of just dealing with everything, if you will.
내가 시범을 보이지.
Saving the feeling of paraphernalia, you get shafted soon. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be coming.
이 순간이 다 들어. 쳐다보기.
The hum will count down. Now we'll just pick the two skills at the highest win. Okay, okay. Right, okay.
반드시 숨이 다 들어 베어낼 뻔.
Oh, really? I think this might be, even though it's like a bit more of a simplistic looking design stage compared to the other ones. I do love the fact that we've got this fully animated stage. Is there more of this in the game? Like, you know.
한 줄 긋지.
Yeah, thank you, dude. Yeah, Twitch chat at the moment, guys. I can see when I open Twitch, but I haven't been able to merge the chats today. So if you are over on Twitch, apologies if I do miss your if I do miss your messages, or you know, you can jump over to YouTube as well. I've got the chat popped out, but I've only got to tap on someone and I'll lose the pop out. So yeah, apologies, chat. Apologies.
그려낸 대로.
급수가 전부 꿰뚫렸네.
It's on me as well, because like I use Restream to connect the chats. I don't use it to restream, I just use it to connect the chats, because it actually has chat relay and it's really good. But I forgot to set it up before I went live today, and it can be finicky, and it wouldn't connect. So actually, wait a minute. Hoping it's more.
그려낸 대로.
Sorry, who's in chat? What's up?
이 순간이 다 들어 베어내리라.
Oh yeah. I was like, I came in just as she'd finished the boss. I was just going up to bed, and I saw she was live, so I thought I'd pop in for 5 minutes.
제법 지쳤나 보.
Oh, what was that? Bucko over here spitting on him. Relax now. I just noticed he's got 2 moves.
바로 그거다 딸내.
이거 분강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
Dude, I love that when she does that kick and it like rotates. That's fucking dope, that is. She did quite well. Love to see, man. I didn't get a chance to ask her because, like, literally came at the end. It seems like she's enjoying it, right?
못하지만 나도 녹이면서 뵐 수 있거든.
내가 시범을 보이지.
장부를 펼칠 것도 없겠고. 그럼 끝이다.
Yeah, I'm already regretting the Tash chat. Like, he looks terrible on stream. I look like a fucking accountant in his 40s or something. It's not a good look, man. No good look. You see a YT post? I didn't know. I don't really get people's posts pop up often, to be fair. I don't know why. I don't know if you have to interact with people's posts more or what. Or it's like on a notification set. I'm not even sure. I rarely see people's posts, man. Oh shit. I know we haven't got the resonance here, but actually we could have it all right. We could have it all right. If that's on the 6th, do we want to turn that off? No. Because it's So, question. If that was on the 6th, we'd want it to be on an active skill, right? Rather than the defense skill. Or would we still want it to be on the defense skill? Because you guys are saying strong on the defense skills, right?
거긴 킬존이다.
Yes, I mean, very much enjoying it, Dandy. Well, I mean, the sash is fine though. Fire though. See, I do sometimes. And like, when I was at the gym today, I must admit, I was like, oh, what? Kind of fucking with this. Rosie hates it though. Rosie hates it. Get stomped. Oh, shit. Okay, that was sick.
바로 그거다 딸내.
Bro, I really like this middle Don. The defense skills are basically the S3 upside at the cost of the HP lost from the attack. Right, okay. Okay.
그려낸 대로.
Unfortunately, uptide 4 to get the S3 counter, but middle peeps get massive coin and damage bonuses from counters. Right, okay. Maybe we'll focus on seeing about getting them uptide then, maybe. I've got them all at 3, yeah. Your middle IDs offset the damage taken through damage resistance and shield based on health loss. Oh shit. Man, look at all the dead bodies. Got glowing characters everywhere as well. Let's go. What did that sound like a velociraptor from Jurassic Park? Oh, I'm curious what tap for on a post. I ain't seen this. Let's have a look. Posts. You guys can't see this. After yesterday's stream, I genuinely can't stop thinking about Limbus. I haven't slept. I'm too excited planning everything. I want to say in my analysis video. Also, goddamn, why does this game give Mal fan service better than other gachas I play? All I want to do is scrap my schedule and just keep playing, streaming it. Or also know it, I will get the absolute most joy pacing myself. This game gives me such amazing brain tingles already. I think I get it now. Great to see. I know Cap hasn't only just played WoA, but great to see somebody branching out, you know, seeing the light, you know what I mean? And again, as I said in that last video, doesn't mean WoA is a bad game, but it's great to see people seeing the genre as more than Kuro v Hoyo. There's so much more to gacha than Wuthering Waves and Genshin Impact, you know what I mean? And again, I know she's played other gacha games, but it's great seeing people trying stuff outside of the so-called Big Four, Big Five, you know what I mean? I know she played lads and stuff back in the day, but that don't count. About the team, we'll see. Yeah, that's why I'm not worried about it too much just yet. I'm not going to worry about it. And like I say, if I find it work the team as it's at now, getting through stuff too easy, I'm happy to bench units, because the team I've had so far has been nice. It's been a nice challenge, you know what I mean? So we'll see how when we get to certain stuff what happens.
이제 몇 마리 남았죠?
전부 처리했다.
그럼 이것이 마지막이겠네요.
Yeah, man. Everybody's catching hands from Ishmael at the mini. Even mermaids. There was something off about those mermaids that crawled out of the whale. A feeling not so different from looking at an abnormality or a distortion. Ooh, okay. It's Dante. Dante. Is he seeing something? Or feeling something? Mermaids. Were they human once?
제 설명이 부족했겠네요. 단순히 밑바닥에 산다고 해서 고래라는 이름이 붙여지지는 않아요. 고래라는 것들은 호수에서 인간을 숙주로 삼는 모든 것들을 통틀어 부르는 단어.
Parasitized humans. Oh god, what the fuck?
고래가 인어들을 낳는 거죠.
Wait, what? So wait. What do they somehow, some way ingest humans and then turn them into mermaids and pop them out? And where did the mermaids come from?
파도에 밀려온 고래에 먹힌 거예요. 우리도 비슷한 꼴이 될 수도 있고요.
Well, that sounds rough.
알겠죠?
Think
어쩌면 관리자님이 되돌리는 건 아무 소용이 없을지도 모른다고요.
I think I'd rather get done by the seaboard. I see now. So the clock's not so useful here. The waves will be unrelenting, unabating. And Ishmael, who had already weathered and braved these endless crashing waves, was starting to snap, strand by strand.
내게는 반드시 이뤄야 할 목표가 있고 그걸 방해하는 것들은 전부 없애서 곤두박질 치면서 부서지는 한이 있더라도 도달할 거예요.
Man, Ishmael's VA has been killing it this CANTO.
집념과 투쟁심. 모험을 시작할 때 나쁘지 않은 준비물이지. 본격적인 항해는 지금부터일 테니.
Oh shit, where are we off to next? Yeah, yo, the Great Lake is terrifying, really. The seaboard an infinitely better way to go. I think so, man. I think so. Once you reach Canto 7, you'll even with well-built teams, sorry, I'll be on the struggle bus. Okay. I gotta clap my hands there. That's awesome. That you click the like dum 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 zoom out moment. What are these places? Is this lobotomy corp? What the fuck is this as well? Cool. That was cool. That was cool. That was a good way to do that zoom out moment. And she's wallpaper materials fire, that is. Again, we're talking about like incorporating storytelling methods into pretty much everything within the game, right? Because I didn't even realise that this is Dante's tablet, right? Is it Dante's tablet, this? We've seen everything from Dante looking at his tablet. This is like all this as well, the way we see like the levels, you know, like where you're going through the buildings, like in K-Nest and that, we're going up the buildings and stuff. I really like that, I do. It's a thing that's, I guess, is kind of easily overlooked, but it's a real nice touch. Dante's an iPad kid.
호수를 바라볼 때마다 늘 일렁이는 모습에 내가 보여.
Yo, fuck that, I won't stick my head over the side of that.
호수가 아무리 달라져도 물 위에 비친 내 모습은 늘 일그러져 있으니 오히려 찌그러지고
Okay, interesting.
멍거리는 게
Because we are really seeing an unstable Ishmael here. And I guess seeing herself in the waters is almost a true reflection of the mindset she's in right now, right? Oh, is my camera froze? Hold up. Yeah, it does it for some reason, man. It's the Elgato 4K cam thing. It's weird. Who's speaking? I've got good, man. I'm good at throwing my voice, you know what I mean? I've been practicing to become a ventriloquist. Did I ever say it right? You know what I mean? I happened upon Ishmael's musings around the time we were on our way to the elusive Lobotomy Corp branch of the Great Lake. It had been a while since our last disastrous incident.
호수에 비춰온 뒤틀린 모습들이
You had to say it was Elgato piece.
옳았던 것일지도 모르지.
Well, I've got two Elgatos. It's the Elgato for the gameplay and the cam link. It's a piece of shit, really, man. It's great, but it's a piece of shit at the same time. Even from a distance, it was evident that Ishmael was gazing down at her own reflection in the water. I rested my wandering feet and decided to watch her for a moment. I wanted to see what Ishmael was looking at together.
손에 피가 맺혔었지.
I was trying to notice if there was anything different about Dante's reflection.
소금물이 들어가서 쓰라렸고 당장이라도 그걸 놓지 않으면 정신이 나갈 정도로 아팠는데 놓을 수 없었어. 나는 무엇을 놓고 싶지 않았던 걸까?
Yeah, I must admit, I agree. I think the voice actors for this game have done an incredibly good job in selling the Korean voice acting industry, right? Because everybody in this game absolutely smashes it. I said this before. You think of voice acting in gaming typically, and the two big ones are Ian and JP, right? JP tends to do no wrong for the most part. Ian can be hit and miss, but there's some amazing Ian voice actors as well, and well, actors in general as well that do hop into gaming also. But yeah, this game has been an insane sell for the Korean voice acting industry, in my opinion.
관리자님, 와보셔야겠습니다. 다음 좌표에 가까워진 것 같습니다.
Okay.
저도 보죠.
Ishmael woke from her introspection and straightened herself. She strode towards us.
앞에는 뭐가 있죠?
눈앞에 보이는 것과 레이더상이 잡히는 것은
Okay.
한쪽의 배뿐이다. 그리고
The ship.
이번 호수에서의 대기는 3시간인 듯하다. 다음
Oh,
호수로
so
갈
we...
때까지
Okay.
3시간을 기다려야 하는데
So not only do you like need to rush from certain lakes, sometimes you need to hold before you can move on to the other lake. Okay.
관리자님이 요전번처럼 파도에 맞서게 허락만 해주신다면 그럴 필요는 없겠지만
So what would happen then? If there was another ship on the other lake that was supposed to be on that lake, but you enter that lake when you're not supposed to be on that lake, do both ships get affected? Or just you? Or is the rule set in such a way that that couldn't happen? I don't know. No. Otis. The losses were worse than I anticipated. And remember what Ishmael said. We were extremely lucky the waves came for us. For us was a relatively manageable one.
명령하신 대로 따르겠습니다.
Thanks to Otis, we quickly abandoned the idea. The sinners and I could observe this new vessel with somewhat lighter hearts.
다행히 해적선으로 보이지는 않아요. 저건
저거는 미니 크루즈가 아니지 않소?
A cruise ship.
테베요.
Birthday! Even from this distance, I could see the colourful balloons and banners decorating the ship.
난 파티가 정말 좋았어.
Bro, why are the headlines so good? They're amazing.
거기서는 모두가 나처럼 큰 소리로 소리 지르고 뛰어다녀도 혼날 걱정 없으니 얼마나 신나워. 배를 얼마나 구박했으면 이렇게. 저런 데에서는 보통 특산물 요리도 내놓을 텐데 술도 있고 거기서만 맛볼 수 있는 귀한 음식일 텐데.
Roger and Don Quixote both shot twinkling glances in my direction, then at Virgilius, then back at me. Virgilius shrugged. Whatever we decided to do here was none of his business. Well, maybe they can tell us something about the nearby lobotomy court branch. Or maybe they know something about the LCCB agents. I can hear the tunes in the background as well. Don Quixote was rhythmically swaying her shoulders. Maybe she's trying to imitate the Marlin dance she glimpsed back at the club. She's been watching too much, what's his name? Jim Skin.
뭐 좀 물어보겠네.
The faintly blaring music was the only response from the ship.
이 음악 때문에 안 들릴 수도 있겠어. 하여간 요새 음악은 지나치게 시끄러워서.
That reminds me of my mom and my nan. Sometimes when I stay with my nans and either be playing games or listening to a bit of music, it might have been a bit too loud. Well, the music's just boom, boom, boom.
건너가서 물어보고 그렇게 빠르겠어.
I feel like we're gonna have a John Wick moment or something with this music. I guess we can quickly stop by and ask them a few questions. We had 3 hours to kill anyway. Might as well make ourselves useful and collect some intel. Ishmael shot a glance at Virgilius before staring at the floor wordlessly.
저 배가 누구의 배인지 어떤 일을 겪은 배였는지를 정확히 모르는 상태에서 간다는 것은 무모한 짓이라고 생각되지만
I can't believe there's cruise ships out on this motherfucker.
네, 건너가죠.
저거는 또 갑자기 오티스나 할 법한 말을 하네.
이렇게 하기로 했을 뿐이에요.
Bro, we've got the bass, man. The bass is kicking in. It's just the attitude I decided to adopt.
이제 이 보트를 사용할 수 있게 되었군요.
Oh no. What
이건 뒤집어질 염려는 없는 것이오.
구명조끼나 튜브는 안 넣어도 될까요?
At the boat creaking. By the time all 13 of us squeezed our way in, the skiff was absolutely packed and precariously swaying. Some sinner's faces darkened with the concern. Don't worry, guys. Even if you all drown, I'll bring you guys right back. All right as rain. Just kidding.
자, 파티에 취해 너무 늦게 돌아오진 말라고.
In a manner that was extremely out of character, Virgilius waved at us. Does he know something that we don't? There's gonna be something fucked up there, isn't there? If bro's like, hey, have fun. We ain't having fun. Surprise! Oh, cruise. But what did I read there? I think I'm dyslexic sometimes. I swear to God, that looked like surprise party. I guess if they can afford a good fixer as a protection. Okay, let's go. I still don't see anyone on the deck.
기다려 보시오. 내가 배에 있는 힘껏 숨을 불어담아 소리를 질러 보겠소.
야 파임마!
그런데 이런 선상 파티 같은 건 우리가 막 들어와도
I
괜찮은
was saying, we're
거야?
gonna be like wedding crashers, isn't we? Like, if everybody's having a little sesh over there, a little party, we just like stumble onto the deck, like, you know, guys, mind if we, partake?
그 뭐냐? 응? 초대장도 없을 텐데.
주눅 들지 마, 그래. 이런 건 원래 같이 즐길수록 신나는 거야.
바티고 나발이고 목표는 정보 수집이에요. 헛짓거리하면 놓고 갈 겁니다.
Quick, pack all the food and make off, right?
진짜 좋아 보이긴 하네요.
grab some drinks, grab some food and bounce. Well, that doesn't look good. Numerous liquor bottles and half-eaten food was strewn about haphazardly all over the deck.
바로 직전까지 이 자리에서 파티를 벌이고 있었던 것으로 보인다.
안쪽에 불이 켜져 있어. 잽싸게 가보고 오리라.
Don Quixote, running on sheer excitement for a party, scuttled to the cabins.
시끄러운 게 하나 사라졌네. 그럼
Oh, sorry, bro. Euclid slammed his fist into the loudspeaker that's been blaring music this entire time.
이제야 살 것 같네. 귀 터지는 줄 알았어.
I decided to remain silent. The music was pretty loud.
음악이 꺼지니까 영 썰렁해지는구만.
그러고 보니 지금 상황과 비슷한 이야기가 생각나네요. 유모가 해준 옛날 이야기가 있었는데.
It's never good when somebody starts off a sentence like that. Don Quixote returns with a dumbfounded expression on her face.
없어.
뭐가? 음식? 술? 아니면 둘 다?
아무도 없었어. 그저 불만 켜져 있었다는 것이오. 방금까지 파티가 있었던 게 자명한데 사람 하나 없다는 게 말이 된다고 보나? 진짜요? 뭐 숨바꼭질이라도
Game behind the scene.
것일지도.
Yeah, I'll be like, I think we should bounce. I think we should bounce. What is that in the background as well?
그럴 거라고는 상상이 잘 안 되지 않니?
그럼 사라졌다는 건가요? 여기 사람들이 전부... 그러면 이미 파도에 당한 배?
다른 가능성을 둔다면 배에 창고가 있겠다.
그런데 파티를 하던 사람들이 이 모든 음식과 술을 내버려 두고 좁은 창고에 우르르 모여 있다고?
I don't know if we want to go down to the hold, do we? Just clouds.
네, 딱 이런 이야기였어요.
Don't look like clouds.
성대한 잔치를 한다는 초대장을 받고 어떤 저택에 들어갔는데 아무도 보이지 않는다는 거였어요.
저희 노래나 다시 틀까요?
Yeah, let's just have like, I don't like this. Let's put the music on, let's leave. Let's like, act like nobody was here.
라디오 작살냈는데?
이게 파도에 당했던 배라면 당장 나가야 하는데.
그런데 열려있는 어떤 방에서 자꾸 쿵 하는 소리가 들리길래 들어가 보았더니
She's buzzing still.
사람들이 두 팔을 편 채로 시체같이 뻣뻣하게 껑충껑충 튀어오르면서
저는 창고를 확인해보고 와야겠어요.
싱클레어 군, 왜 그렇게 손바닥에 흥건하오?
체질이에요.
Genetics. I'm just sweaty. Sinclair hurriedly left the room in search of the ship's storage.
추는 춤이 한때 유행 중이었다는 이야기였습니다.
춤이라는 건 정말이지 심오한 것인가 보군.
별 이야기도 아니었잖아. 괜히 기대하게 만들고 말이야.
Ron was put his hand up, which was leaking out.
본인은 틀림없이 다시 살아 움직이는 시체의 이야기일 거로 생각했수만
This music's ominous.
괜히 애 겁주기는. 꼬맹이는 어디로 도망간 거야?
I'll go find Sinclair. Bro. This, This don't look good.
작살.
What has happened to everybody? It's pretty dark in here. The hallway to the storage was significantly narrower than the party deck. I had nothing but faint, occasionally flashing lights to guide me through this dark hallway. I decided to proceed carefully. I don't think it's a good idea for Dante to be going in right. Really, in any situation, bro should always be at the back. Because if he's cooked, we're all cooked, right? Like, we need Bucko to be, he's the MVP, man. The VIP, should I say? And the MVP as well, really. Seriously. This place is way creepier than wherever Honglu was going with his story. Sinclair? You there? I wasn't sure where these water droplets were falling from. They were really getting on my nerves. I don't see anything here. Not that I could in this dark, even if there were. All I see is a very faint ray of light and... Sinclair? And Sinclair, it seemed to me that he'd been standing here for a good while. Exactly how long I wasn't sure. Sinclair stood there, still like death. He looked up. What are you looking at? Now that I'm here, I noticed that there was something funny about the ray of light. I assumed that the light I saw was from a lamp or something, but no, it was just there, surrounding the general area where Sinclair stood. There was no light source. So the light shining in from outside, maybe? No, that doesn't make sense either. We're deep in the ship's storage, a big metal box with no opening for even a single strand of natural light. Besides, it's night time. This is getting more and more bizarre by the second. Where is this light coming from? Sinclair, we've got to get in here. Got to get out of here. Sinclair looks shook. Run, now. Come on. fear of the unknown intensifies while I sortified every bit of common sense I had accumulated over the journey. And I had to get Sinclair out of there. I snatched and tugged his limp wrist. Come on, wake up. That seemed to have done the trick. Sinclair suddenly snapped back to reality and began screaming. He bolted out of the room. Yeah, dude. I can definitely see something now. The fuck is that? There ain't no cloud.
아이치, 뭐야? 넌 또 왜 그렇게 소리를?
공중에 사람이 공중에 사람이 공중에 사람이 공중에 사람이.
There's a person floating in the air.
이거 진짜 무서워졌는데?
사람 일리가 없죠.
그럼
네, 설명할 시간이 있나요? 당장 무기 들어요.
What the fuck? What the fuck are they? Whale of the Thousand Strands Mermaid. Okay. Weak to piercing, yeah?
거긴 킬존이다.
낫도 밤도치.
Is it like some ecstasy shit going on in there, was it? It's a game of Hangman. Excuse me.
그렇지. 바로 그거다.
그려낸 대로.
I'm so I'm loving this Canto. I said before that like I can't wait to like start to learn stuff about the lake, and we're learning it as we go, right? Like from a POV experience, and I'm loving it. It's kind of so far it's almost everything that I'd hoped it was going to be.
그려낸 대로.
Holy shit!
그렇지. 이거 공감 맞지?
바로 그거다.
Yo, Zeradova with a 10 gifted. Yo, absolute legend, man. Guys, I know you guys can't see, but we just got 10 gifted subs over on Twitch. Absolute legend, man. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Chat over on YouTube can't see because the chats are not combined at the moment. But thank you very much for the gifted, man. Absolute legend. Flix is over there. Oh, you got a sub as well, Flix. Let's go. Thank you very much for the gifted, though, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I fucked up when I went live today, and I went live before I connected the two chats, so yeah, the combined chat's not there. I do apologise about that to everybody over on Twitch. But I've got chat popped up. Well, absolute legend, man. I really do appreciate that. 10 gifted. What a boss. Going in. Ooh. That blue resonance there. Gifted on Twitch. Who even watched Twitch? Although I wanted to wait, remember she was until next AK stream. Too late. Or should I say, unlucky. Somebody, cooked you out. Sorry, can't do it on YouTube. No worries, man. No worries. Oh, there you are as well. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Appreciate it. Absolute legend. Thank you very much. You gotta apologise at all. Means a lot, thank you. Wiseman got one as well. Streamer said blue resonance. Boo him! Boo this man! Why bad? Why bad? Yeah, thank you very much for that. It's really appreciated.
되겠냐고요.
You watch Twitch, mostly guys who don't want to pay for OnlyFans. Oh, Cruise Party 4. I'm loving this sort of it's got like a little bit of a horror vibe to it here, right? A little bit of a horror vibe to it. Slashes are too quiet nowadays. Oh, it saved my ears. Saved my ears. Because there are two blues, pride and gloom. Oh, okay. My bad, chat. My bad.
5, 4, 3, 1, 시작.
Boo this man.
이미 도달했다.
So, I remember you guys telling me now, what is like the plan in terms of like service length of this game? Because you guys were saying this game's got like a good few years left in it, right? Apparently, after all of the sinners have got their respective cantos, right? So I'm just curious because obviously I'm really getting into this game now. 10 years. Like, I am genuinely like, as I say, I can't wait to learn more about kits and stuff because I'm really getting into this. It's only growing and not showing any signs of slowing down. You're gonna have to ask the big man himself. This game's got a decade in it at least. I hope it's got a good few years, yeah? It seems to hold really good numbers on Steam as well, doesn't it? And it seems that around patch days as well, the game seems to, casually have 100,000 players playing, right? Which is awesome to see. I hope so. Like, I think that's why I'm like really getting engaged, right? It's kind of like Art Night. I'm excited to learn more. Do you know what I mean? Stage 1, the 2 more stages planned. Yeah, shout out to Zero for the gifts as well. The people coming into Twitch like, yo. Oh, he owns like 98% of the company. Okay. First 12 cantos of Volume 1 Inferno. No, there'll be 2 more volumes with basically no info on them. Yeah, because like usually, like obviously at the minute for me, my excitement for the continuation of Enfield is based around new environments because I adore exploring in Enfield. So like that's the thing. I'm like, I can't wait for new environments. And obviously events and stuff. The story, gotta wait for it to start cooking more. I'm excited for that as well, but like this is definitely hooking me kind of out Ark Knights did, where it's like I just want to know more. So I'm like, I'm here to just explore this universe more than anything, you know what I mean? So they were mermaids?
아마 파티에 너무 열중한 나머지 규칙을 지키는 걸 잊어버렸겠죠. 그래서
Oh, see, that's a problem, right? Surely there was staff on board that were, like, not, you know, drinking or anything. Because that'd be the risk, right? If you were just out here partying, had a few too many beers, forgot what the time was. No shareholders are satisfied whatsoever. That's great, that is. Luckily, just like with Arknights, the game has been getting their peak CCU past year, so they get the momentum to keep going. Yeah, it's really good to see that with Arknights as well. I think that's one thing, even for people who hate Enfield, right? It's been good for Arknights. I think it's like, it's brought in some new Arknights enjoyers, right? So they ended up getting devoured by a whale. And this deserted ship is the aftermath?
우리 배가 규칙을 어기지 않았어도 규칙을 어겨 파도에 덮쳐진 다른 배와 얽힌다면 어떤 파도냐에 따라서 덩달아서 피해를 볼 수 있어요.
Oh. So that sort of, I guess, kind of answers what I was saying then, yeah. So if there's a ship that's breaking the rules, so say we're not breaking the rules in an area where we're supposed to be and somebody comes in where they shouldn't be, they might selectively get targeted, but if we get too close, we'll get sucked into the trouble as well. A single lapse of judgment led to this chilling catastrophe. I remembered Fishmael looking into the lake, muttering to herself. I also remembered the rough, biting words she threw at us. Oh, that's fucked up. Is that coming from that thing behind us? Is he just dangling them down? What are the lights in the water as well, bro? Making me think of the lights in the dead marshes. This was the reality of the Great Lake that Fishmael survived before joining us. Okay. What the fuck? So it weren't tripping. It weren't clouds. A place where even the smallest mistake could mean total annihilation. A place where one must struggle endlessly to survive the terrible unknown. So this was the kind of path Fishmael said before joining us. If only I'd known, then maybe I could have been more understanding of her. I keep going back to my quarrel with Fishmael back at the boatworks. Can't stop thinking about it. This music's perfect as well for what's happening right now.
저것이 이제 우리를 노리려 들 것이다. 파티는 끝났다. 복귀하도록 하지.
We left the cruise ship as fast as we could. Just grab a few bottles, took them with us. Might as well, you know? After an indeterminate amount of time. So we didn't find anything. I made the wrong call. I shouldn't have made such a rash decision.
됐어요. 살아남았으면.
And that was that. Fishmael didn't say more.
그래도 물자는 더 챙길 수 있었어.
Hey, we did grab some bits and pieces then, yeah?
어이, 레이더 상에 아까는 잡히지 않았던 커다란 것이 잡힌다.
It's large.
좌표의 중앙과 현저히 가깝네요.
그렇다면 이 점이
21구의 로보토미 지부겠군.
잠깐 밖에서 바람 좀 쐬고 올게요.
Fishmael slowly returned to the spot by the ship's railings where she stood muttering to herself. For a moment, I wondered if I should follow her like I did earlier, but maybe she wanted some time alone to think about things. I decided to leave her be.
정신 꽉 잡아. 자꾸 감정을 내비쳐서는 안 돼. 내 단 하나의 목표를 이루기로 했잖아. 작사를 그렇게 갈아냈는데 더 차가워지고 날카로워져야 해. 나에게는 꼭 이루어야 할 목표가 있고 그걸 방해하는 것들, 방해가 될 만한 것들은 전부
Seems like she's absolutely locked in on this, yeah? Does she mean I need to bury my feelings? Which feelings in particular? Because she's showing us some feelings. But, as she said, they're more, harsh, cold feelings. What is going on here? Looks like there's tentacles coming all out of me. The calamity. Well, that doesn't sound good. She's blindly obsessed, yeah. The determination, right. That's why she was so hard on them. Yeah, I must admit, Ishmael's been growing on me massively in this Canto as well. I think, this is what's the positive about having an unchanging roster of characters, right? Because obviously each story can really focus on building up that character, and you can keep permanent changes and progression of the character as well going through things, right? Because yeah, she was one of those characters for me up until now. I've been like, yeah, she's just kind of there, but she's definitely coming into her own, you know? Say that again. I love that. Even when she bites at us and is angry, she shows private moments and scenes which prove she still cares and was building positive relations with everyone, yeah? It's like I say, the characters aren't just surface level characters, are there? There's a little bit to them. There's a little bit of nuance, a little bit of personality. You know, a lot of sad to say, a lot of gacha games feign personality in games, or it's just really surface level. They're like one-dimensional, right? Where like the characters in this feel a lot more rounded. And I will say as well, and I think this even does a better job than Arknights in this regard, in terms of I don't know if it's a lost in translation thing. The English translation in this is better than Arknights. Not all the time. Like Arknights has some stellar moments that are just like, wow. You know, the writing there was insane. There is often times where it's like, there's a little bit of that separation happening, where like I feel in this, the conversations sometimes feel a little bit more naturally paced, where like it does allow for a little bit more of an easier relatability with the characters, because it feels a little bit more human. Do you know what I mean? Don't get me wrong, Arknights has some amazing moments where the dialogue and the storytelling, especially in more narrated moments, like there's some insane bars, right? But sometimes with conversations, I don't want to say abstract, but I guess it's a bit of a pacing and just issues with dialogue and the writing itself. But again, that could just be a translation issue, right? But and that's not to say it's bad. I'm not saying it's bad. I just think in places, I think they do a much better job in places with this. I must admit, it definitely makes things flow a little bit better, you know, to keep you hooked. Because sometimes as well, Arknights can stretch out with some stuff. You know, like, you feel like that conversation could have ended a paragraph ago, you know, and it continues on going, which and sometimes it is a positive, because it's definitely adding to things you get, like, but sometimes it's like, okay, we could have maybe ended it a little bit there, but I think this is maybe a little bit more succinct and paced a bit better sometimes. It feels, if the flow definitely feels better in parts. Arknights is more heavily built on world building. Oh, for sure. And again, I love Arknights, and I love the story, and I love the world building as well. So, yeah. Later, AK somewhat better in that regard. I think it's definitely improved even to where I am. You know, but you know, I think it's just the nuances of games, right, and their own unique ways of doing things, right. They like to rephrase entire lines of dialogue to make it more fitting for an English audience. Yeah, but Arknights has like twice as much text. Oh, for sure. And I suppose, even though this is a little more, this is a more human story, right? And there is that in Arknight. It scopes worldwide, isn't it, as well? So, you know, you have to take a bit of the rough with the smooth that comes in with having such an epic adventure that spans across, you know, such a large thing, right? Even like Drake feels compelled to wax lyrical about the most inane stuff. Yeah, I think it does sometimes, yeah. Yeah, I think that's the point. I think being voice acted as well does allow you to sit back and just get took on for the ride. Now, that's not to say there is strength in just reading stuff, right? There's a reason why books have so much power. But when you've got such good voice actors doing the job like this, you can't help but be enthralled, can you? You know, and again, that's a sign of an insanely well voiced game with great direction as well, right? You know, like the voice actors are obviously carrying, but also whoever directed this killed getting across what they wanted the voice actors to do. Because sometimes direction gets lost in voice acting in terms of that people go, wow, the VAs killed this. Which, don't get me wrong, a lot of that is on VAs as well, but I think that was a major reason for why Wuthering Waves was really rough when it first came out. It wasn't that the VAs were bad, because these are VAs that have been doing other work, right? I think that the direction and the communication was just so poor that it ended coming across as somewhat flat in times, right? Because the voice actors didn't know maybe exactly what they should have been trying to portray so much. Where, like, it feels like here, whoever was directing the voice acting knew exactly what they were doing, right? It's like AK is the Iliad and Limbus is Odyssey. AK more worldly and political, and Limbus hones in on the group of characterization. I think that's a good. I think that's fair. That's fair. That is actually. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. Well, the VA's killed the stereotypical shonen anime voices. Yeah. Right.
우리의 목적지 유사 로보토미 지부.
파일럿이가 말씀하신 생존자분들 안전하게 계실까요?
I do agree in the sense though that Arknight sees, like, it's the grand scope, right? You know, but this feels a little bit more focused. I wonder if the director obviously is voice acting sometimes. I feel like maybe, right, to get to do it as well as this, because there's, you know, obviously you have voice actors who are perfectionists. They know exactly what they've got to do, and they're gonna do takes, right? Just like anybody who's skilled in their craft, and be like, I'm not happy with that, let's do it again. But I would also imagine if they don't know what exactly is wanted, they might do a take and be like, that sounded okay to me, right? But it won't come across when everything's put together and it's in the context, and that's up to you know, a voice acting director and the team there to stand in and go, okay, that was good, but can we lean into this particular thing a little bit more? Like, you know, this is happening, remember everything that happened before, there's something else is potentially going to happen, we need, we need you to really go into it. Direction is really important, isn't it?
살 수 있는 시간은 충분하오. 별일이 없었다면.
Oh shit. Why is it so white? It almost looks like the colour's been drained out of it, right? Apart from on the like the Lobotomy Corp logo and, like, almost look like veins. Sinclair and Yisang shared their thoughts. The large structure loomed ever closer out of the mist and into our line of sight. It's cool.
그리 피하군.
Have you seen a safe for Ryoshu froze?
그러니까
She got too much aura to freeze, bro.
저게 로보토미 지부라는
Can't just
말이?
ask a building why it's white.
좌표 범위에서 한없이 중앙에 가까울 뿐더러 전달받은 정보와 크기감이 일치하는 것을 보아서는 그렇습니다.
Yeah, fair. Our intel was right. The sight was enough to shut everyone up. To hope that there may be any survivors in this structure was far too optimistic a notion of what appeared before us.
흰 물체들의 사이로 로보토미 코퍼레이션의 문양을 확인할 수 있다.
Oh, okay. So the building's not white. Okay, is that whale jizz then?
그럼 진짜로 저게
Only the smeared logo of the Lobotomy Corp branch glistened amidst the mounds of pallid, blasphemous white. This was the undeniable reality we found ourselves in.
대체 무슨 일을 겪으면 저런 꼴이 될 수 있는 거야?
The corn branch.
파일럿 씨의 이야기대로라면 쌍갈고리 해적 단원들이 이곳을 떠나기 전 마지막으로 남긴 말이 재앙이 오고 있다 였었나요?
What's up, Fly Fear? KJH also had a very hard experience of outsourcing with Lobcore. Oh, right, okay. What were you talking to in reference there? In terms of, all the dubs and stuff we were talking about, yeah. Or are we talking about just like localization and translation for text and stuff? Arc Systems did a JP dub for Library of Ruiner. VAs were good, but it was poorly directed. Okay, yeah. So yeah, man, direction's important, isn't it? Like you say there with the screams and stuff. There's different, you know, people sound different when they scream, when different things have happened to them, right? You know? What is it now? The Wilhelm scream. The last thing is you want something like that when you're trying to portray an emotional moment, right?
우리가 일을 시작한 지 얼마 되지 않았을 적의 일이 생각나는구려. 이런 생체 조직이 들러붙은 분위기가 사뭇 흡사하군.
Okay, so they are organic tissues. It's a calamity. Oh god.
T사 지부대? 그때처럼 안에 독가스가 차 있거나 하진 않으려나?
당시에는 배신자가 있었던 것뿐이다. 이번 상황과 비교하기에는 적합한 비교군이 아니다.
Yo, Lobotomy Corp were up to some fuckeries, weren't they?
심해지 덜하지는 않을 것 같은데.
그럼 파일럿 씨의 동료분들은
인어가 되진 않았으면 다행이겠군.
So the calamity was the calamity that Pilot mentioned didn't destroy the Lobotomy Corp branch. It transformed this place into something uncanny, something so grotesque that total obliteration would have been preferable to whatever happened here.
세상에는 다양한 형태의 재앙이 있기 마련이니까. 이 대호수에서는 5가지 재앙이 존재한다.
Okay.
아, 이제는 내기려나.
무슨 뜻이요?
뜻은 차차 알게 될 거다.
재앙은 아무리 조심하고 피하려 해도 찾아오는 법이에요. 그것들은 규칙대로 움직이지 않아도 되는 힘을 가져서 불현듯 찾아오니까요.
지금은 그 재앙이 남기고 간 지옥 속으로 직접 너를 저어 들어갈 시간이군. 로보토미 지부는 바로 옆 호수니 쪽배를 타고 가도록. 만일의 상황을 대비해 나는 이 호수에서 거리를 두고 대기하고 있도록 하지.
Isn't that exactly why you should be coming with us?
저 양반 수업을 누가 알겠어?
After a quick tinkering from Faust, the skiff tied to the side of Mephistopheles began its slow descent. It's the same skiff we used to get to the cruise ship.
이 배는 여러모로 자주 쓰게 되네요.
조망만 해서 아까도 그랬지만 영 미덥지 않단 말이지.
The small engine on the skiff revved gently, and their short, sputtering journey to Lobotomy Court branch began.
호수에는 원래 안개가 많이 끼나요? 아까 호수도 그랬고.
주의하는 것이 좋겠어. 안개 속에서 갑작스레 나타나는 것은 모험의 기본 공식이니.
Damn, not gonna lie, if your Jizzy's coming out looking like that, you need to get to the doctor, because someone else has come out with it as well. Like, holy shit. Mail! Fishmael! Yeah, what's up, Weaver Project? There was a growing sense of trepidation amongst the sinners. I can imagine. As we climbed the pale membrane enveloped stairs leading up to the Lobotomy Court branch.
어때, 단테? 황금까지 느껴져?
Not yet.
확실해?
Roger was visibly disappointed. Maybe she was half hoping that I'd tell her that the Golden Bow wasn't here, so we should turn around and head right back to Mephistopheles. Fair. Fair.
이런데 올
To be
때마다
fair, if that was me, I'd have been like,
것 같긴
it's probably not here then, right?
이번엔 좀 더 기분이 안 좋단 말이지.
The closer we got to the entrance, the more reluctant the sinners' gates became. As though they were growing increasingly wary that some unseen enemy could ambush them at any second.
뭐 하자는 거죠? 안 갈 건가요?
너는 아무렇지 않은 거야? 우리가 느끼는 이 감각, 오히려 너같이 호수에 익숙한 사람이라면 더 강하게 느끼곤 하지 않아?
Feeling a dread.
그래서 안 갈 건가요?
It's
안 갈 사람은 여기에서 기다리던가요.
아저씨, 한참 전부터 저 자식은 말이 안 통했었는데 뭘 기대한 거야?
좀 협조적으로 바뀐 것 같아서 착각이었나?
가긴 가야지.
Fishmael appeared to be the only sinner uninterested in the Golden Bow. The Golden Bow, the unfathomable, bone-chilling horrors of the lake. I was starting to believe that she considered all of that nothing but obstacles between her and her mission.
건물 전체를 덮고 있는 이 흰색 점막 같은 건 무엇이오?
곰팡이 같은 걸까요?
뭐
Oh yeah.
균류라고 하기에는 다른 특징들을 지녀야 할 터.
Fungi. To identify this fungi would require to exhibit characteristics unlike the ones we can observe here. It's
내가
fungus,
봐도
yeah.
균류의 형태로는 보이지 않는 건 오히려
Yo, is that a person there? That's a fucking person, isn't he? Is that two people, actually? Is that the back of somebody? And that's... I swear that's somebody's hand sticking out and legs in the head, yeah.
살아있는 생체 조직으로 보이는 건 혈관이 마구잡이로 생긴 것 같은 느낌.
어이가 없군. 이렇게 알 못들이 많나.
무슨 의미지?
혼돈에서 피어난 작품에 패턴이 있을 거라고 보나. 전체를 봐라, 멍청이.
전체를 생각한다면 이렇게 필요치 않은 담론으로 힘만 빼는 것이 더 불필요해 보이는구려. 그대들도 멈출
Is that
생각은
Ryoshu getting something
아니잖는가?
we don't get?
저기 이스마엘 양은 이미 저만큼 갔다네.
Dude, she's on a mission. Now you're tripping. Bollocks. The Whaler. Yeah, fuck this place, man. Fuck this place. Holy shit. Yeah, don't care. We're carrying on. Holy shit. Hey, yo, guys, as well. Sorry to, Esther. But if you haven't already, drop a like on the stream. It's much appreciated, man. I think we'll be all right there, right? I think we'll be all right there. 4 levels. We'll be all right.
3일 시작.
See if we can get to, what, 100 likes on today's stream. I don't know where we're at. Let's see if we can. Don Quixote had stopped dead in her tracks. She was looking blankly at a section of the wall.
흥미로운 거라도 발견한 거야, 꼬맹이?
여기 벽에 사람이 들어있어.
모형 아니야?
모형이 이렇게나 생동감을 가질 수 있다면 내가 무릎을 꿇고 제자로 드리라고 하겠어.
I love Ryoshi.
잠시만요.
Oh shit.
설마 이 사람 파일럿 씨가 찾던
이보시오! 괜찮은 것인가?
Oh fuck. Yo, that's messed up. Heed my words. She's like, bro, listen to me.
대체 거기에 말을 왜 거는 거야? 이것 보시오! 이자 살아있어!
He's alive. Wait, is he in pieces though? Because like, shouldn't his head be here?
진짜 나 이렇게 소화 안 되는 기분 느끼는 거 오랜만이야.
Is this like the process of somebody becoming a mermaid?
이보게들 꺼내줘야지 않겠소? 살아있잖소!
그러고 싶어도 이미 늦은 것 같기도 하네요.
잘라내지 않고서 꺼내놓을 방법이 있나 싶은데. 뭐라?
뭐 한두 번 보는 경험도 아니지 이제는.
단단히 벽에 박혀 있다. 일반적인 힘으로는 분리조차도 어렵다. 하지만 일반적이지 않은 힘으로는 반드시 이들의 형체가 부서진다.
Bro's still alive. I wonder if he's conscious and he can see us.
용서할 수 없는 악의 소행이로군.
억지로 쑤셔넣은 흔적은 없어 보이는데 놀라워.
It's like full on like absorption or something, yeah.
아주 자연스럽게 전시되어 있군. 원래 이렇게 태어났던 것처럼 말이지.
이번에야말로 구할 수 있을 거라고 약속까지 했는데.
Unlike the other sinners, Ishmael didn't even spare a glance to those that were trapped within the walls. Yeah, she is entirely singularly focused on what she's got to get done, yeah.
관리자님, 저것들을 쳐다보고 있다고 황금 가지가 나타나는 것도 아닌데 전진하자고 말씀 좀 하시죠.
I guess there's nothing we can do for them. Still.
저는 누누이 말했어요. 쓸데없이 시간을 쏟고 싶지 않다고.
I bet you can tell this is because like, obviously the way she's showing, you know, about hiding emotions from other people, and she does care, about like what they think, but at the same time it's like, fuck it, I've got to be cold, I've got to be harder. This is got to be rough for her, right?
이곳에선 호수의 규칙을 신경 쓰지 않아도 될 텐데.
Big trivia is that mermaids speak in Morse code. Oh, do they? His neck is likely broken. Yeah, I'd say so, yeah. We don't have to worry about the laws of the lake here. So why don't we make this a more leisurely... Yeah, man. Totally right. Yeah, let's find some chairs and chill out for a little bit, man. Let's have a smoke, you know, let's have a drink, let's relax, let's have a little laugh, you know. Don't worry about the bodies in the walls.
둘러봐도 역시 아무도 없는 게 확실할 테니까요.
여기 있지 않은가?
살아있는 척하는 것들이잖아요.
Right, Rose was relaxed. Pretending to be.
이건 아무리 봐도 그것이고 그것이 지나간 자리에 멀쩡한 사람이 있을 리 없고.
The thing that leaves nothing unchanged in its wake.
그것은 순식간에 모든 걸 집어삼키기도 하지만 다시금 뱉어내기도 하죠.
What? Does something come up and like swallowed it and then dipped? Or like come over the top? Because I wonder if this is actually grounded to the lake bed.
그리고
Would think probably, yeah.
그렇게
Otherwise it'd
토해내는 것은
move.
결코 온전한 형태가 될 수 없다고. 웃기잖아요. 그렇게 뱉어낼 거라면 애초에 삼키는 것조차 하지 말던가. 왜 마주하는 온갖 것을 다 삼키려고 하는지조차 모르겠어.
Are you talking about the same well you mentioned before?
그 어떤 모험담에도 그런 어마무시한 고래에 대한 이야기는 없었어. 정말 고래가 맞는가?
그러게 준비가 더 필요하다고 말할 때 듣지 그랬어요. 적어도 마음가짐이라도 달리 먹었을 텐데.
Or there's another one. True, what you're saying, or explanations early on would have been pretty helpful as well. Just saying. Then we could have prepared as well in short notice. Plus, to be fair, we can't really say no, can we? Virgilia says yes. Do you go, okay? So you're saying that the well you met devoured this building?
네,
How can you be sure of that?
그 고래가 지나온 모든 길은 지금처럼 하얀 모습으로 뒤덮이니까요.
It's kind of cool though, isn't it? That it like doesn't just destroy something and consume it or, you know, swallow it or whatever. That it leaves this standing behind almost like a tomb, a monument of its work. Oh shit.
거수자 발견.
환상체일까요? 여기가 로보토미 지부인 만큼.
그래, 차라리 환상체라고 생각하고 다 썰어버리는 게 낫겠다.
잠깐만요. 생존자일 수도 있어요.
Voice sounded a bit weird though.
뭐지? 이 안에 인간은 남아있을 리 없다 하지 않았나?
그래서 더 놀라워서 그래요.
어이!
Ishmael, you shouldn't get so close to... Ishmael strides toward the figure.
이스마엘 씨가 뭔가 환상체 같은 정신적인 것에 당하신 거 아닌가요?
그런 징후는 없었다. 저자의 눈빛은 지극히 평소와 같다.
Oh, they are like... What the fuck? The closer Ishmael gets, the more of the figure's body is taken over by the pallid, off-white membrane. The voice grows increasingly incoherent. Oh shit.
말도 안 돼. 분명 방금까지 사람의 말을 하고 있었어요.
Ishmael.
봤잖아요.
It's too much sunscreen, you know. Got the SPF 100 on. In fucking, well, how many bottles of that would you need? Jeez. You want to put on your new holiday clothes after that? 2 seconds, chat. I just need to check my email. Sphere TD. What's that? Sphere TD. Terror defensive deep RPG elements. Is it though? No, I don't think that's for me. Coom. If coom's your last coom, my man. Ishmael, you have to get away from...
이럴 리가 없어. 내가 알고 있는 게 틀어지면 이 호수에선...
지금은 감정의 동요가 발생했다.
Damn it, Ishmael. I could have asked one of the sinners to stop her, but before I even realised what I was doing, I was running toward Ishmael. I think it was guilt that pushed me to act. Guilt that I may have played a part in driving Ishmael to this point.
단테, 그대가 나서서는
But guilt can sometimes help. The figure's face shifted again when I approached Ishmael. The white membrane covering their face begins to withdraw as though an unseen force is peeling it off the skin. Mouth didn't come back, but the eyes that looked at us were unmistakably human-shaped. They were blinking with effort.
되돌아왔어. 관리자님이 가까이 다가가니까 사라졌어요.
Why when we approached it though?
망할 흰색의 껍데기가.
I've seen these in a mobile game. I don't know. I'll just email or reach out to me sometimes and be like, would you be interested in this key for this game, like? But I don't like to just take them willy-nilly from them because, like, they don't well, they do. You don't have to, but they expect coverage. And if you start just taking keys that you're not going to cover, like, and I don't want to just cover for the sake of getting the key, and you can, you know, I don't want to fuck developers about either.
황금 가지에 의한 중화작용으로 보이는군요.
Oh, the golden berries. Why, when we got close, is it because of our resonance with them? Post approached us.
단테 씨의 머릿속에 있는 그 황금 가지의 조각은 미력할지라도.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, it's because of that, right? I was just about to say we don't have one, but yeah. Interesting. Okay. So I was just about to say, but bro's not carrying any of the golden berries, but... Vigor, whose mouth was still wrapped under a pallid membrane, blinks warily, as though they could understand what we were saying.
중화요? 아니, 그럼 황금 가지가 있으면 인어가 지금 다시 사람으로 돌아올 수 있다고 그런 말을
That
하는
might be a bit
거죠?
far. Obviously somebody she really cares about
파우스트 씨?
has has become a mermaid then, yeah. How would you know who though?
충분한 검증은 되진 않았지만
가능성만이라도 말씀해 주세요.
Though it was Kurt, I've never heard such intense desperation in her voice before.
네. 적어도 이곳을 먹고 지나갔다고 추정되는 고래의 인어들은 돌아올
True,
수
yeah.
있다고 판단됩니다.
관리자 나태님, 진짜 당신 뭐 하는 사람이죠? 꾸역꾸역 밀어넣으려고 노력했던 그날의 기억이 어쩌면 해결법이 있었을 거라는 생각에 자꾸만 눈앞에서 그려지잖아요. 저 고래에게 토해져버린 채로 가라앉거나 떠다니고 있을 그들이.
That would be messed up, right? Not only to see people you cared about swallowed in that manner, then to see them spat back out changed, mutated, you know, under the creature that swallowed them's control. Fishmael looked at me with a vacant expression.
당신에겐 들리는 거죠? 그날의 파도 소리가.
Fishmael was right. Emotions of the past began flooding, roaring before me. Fishmael. She stands alone in a sea of tall, rolling waves. I nodded carefully.
저는 항해사였죠. 해결사기도 했고 뱃사람이기도 했고 그런 어중간한 걸 우리는 고래잡이라고 불렀어요. 아세요? 아니, 보이세요? 모든 걸 걸고 있거나 아무것도 걸 것이 남아있지 않은 사람들의 표정이. 그런 것들을 태우고 파도를 가르는 게 고래잡이 배.
So you've seen it yourself? The whale that day devoured this place.
지금까지 우리가 만났던 고래들은 사람을 삼키면 아예 자신의 것을 재구성하여 바뀌게 만들죠. 하지만 그 고래는 달라요. 그 창백한 고래에게 삼켜진 이들은 하얀 막에만 감싸진 채 모두 그 형태가 온전하게 남아있었어요. 그걸 온전하다고 하긴 좀 그런가? 외곽을 향해 키를 조종할 때가 간혹 있었죠.
Ooh. Do you mean the outskirts of the city there?
그러면 그 온전한 척하는 배들이 바다에 떠있죠. 선체 전체가 하얗게 변해버린 배가요. 고래잡이 사이에선 그런 배를 만나면 호수를 이리저리 돌아가는 한이 있더라도 반드시 피하라는 이야기가 전설처럼 전해져 오죠. 그 배는 원래 타고 있던 선원이 가지고 있던 습성이나 능력은 바뀌지 않은 채 그저 호수를 돌아다니는 다른 것들을 습격하는 것이 목적이 된 채로 돌아다니니까. 피쿼드호의 선장이었던 자가 있어요. 그 자의 목표가 그거였죠. 자기 손으로 그 창백한 고래를 잡는 것.
You can see the the literary connections here now, right?
그 안에서
Again, as somebody who hasn't read any of the books, but I'm a bit more familiar
고리를 잡아내는 곳이 얼마나
with the whole
가치
Moby
있고
Dick thing,
대단한
like.
일인지 설교를 늘어놨죠. 귀가 따갑기도 했고 저자가 제정신이 아니라는 것도 알 수 있었지만 아니지. 어쩌면 우리를 미치게 하는 방법을 정확하게 알고 있던 걸지도 모르겠네요. 어느새 우리도 그 창백한 고래를 잡는 것만이 인생의 유일한 구원이자 숙명이 되었죠. 배 안에 모두를 미쳐버리게 만든 거예요. 그 선장은. 결국 우리는 미움과
Oh,
모든
shit.
것을 뿜어낸다는 그 고래를 마주하게 되었고
Look at his eye. Covered in scars as well, right? That's all. Is that his eye? Was it just a hole blown in it?
처참하게 부서지고 집어삼켜져 버렸죠. 차가운 물속에서 나무 토막을 부여잡고서야 제정신이 돌아왔을 때 눈앞에는 아무것도 남지 않았어.
And the likelihood of being rescued
아무것도.
is like super low, right? Not only that, like if you did see ships and they're told to like stay away, right?
붙잡고 있던 것이 그저 나무 토막이 아니었다는 걸 깨닫고서야.
Wasn't a piece of driftwood. What was it?
그래서 용서가 되지 않아.
Oh, so when she says she needs to kill her, is she talking about the captain? She don't forgive her for like what? Because of like what happened? At a certain point, they stopped being a conversation. Ishmael's words grew increasingly aimless, like a vortex of the sea, endlessly whirling in place. Now, it was clear what Ishmael's mission was, where the tip of her razor-sharp harpoon aimed. It was aimed at the captain that drove all of them to damnation. An overwhelming tide of hatred and obsession burned fiercely in her direction.
반드시 내 손으로 죽여야만 해요.
She a little bit lost in the idea of revenge, yeah. There was no room for reason or rationality to convince her otherwise. I suppose, bringing up that I saw from Ishmael's obsession. A glimpse of her old captain. Won't do anything to help her right now. Ishmael, we don't even know if that captain is still alive.
내가 모든 걸 나누었던 동료의 관짝을 붙잡고 살아남아 버렸을 때
She saw the captain.
마지막까지 그 새끼는 먹혀가는 배 안에서 혼자 그것과 맞서 싸우면서
Damn.
죽고 있었어요. 그렇게 목숨 바쳐 따르던 선원들은 바다와 외곽 위를 떠다니며 먹혀갔는데 한중에도 없었지.
Valid crash out.
그놈은 살아있어요. 살아있을 수밖에 없어. 살아있어야만 해. 그러니까 찾아야 해. 우리는 그 선장을 죽일 때까지 절대로.
Ishmael. I wanted to ask her which we she was referring to, but I was starting to think that nothing I could say could improve anything if it didn't outright bring everything crashing down. That was when an imperceptibility like breeze broke through the silence. solitary butterfly. It almost looks a little bit like the wings that Yi Sang's mirror version had a little bit. Like, right. You know what I mean? Is everyone getting that? It moved with grace, tinged with fragility, as though it did not fear the weight of this heavy silence. It took a moment to gently flutter onto a puddle.
나비네요.
보통의 나비가 이런 곳을 날아다니고 있을 거라고 생각하나?
Right. Yeah. Does look a bit like a glass shard, yeah, because that's his wings almost look like that, like broken parts of like of coloured glass, yeah. And that kind of looks somewhat similar. After a quick respite, the butterfly fluttered its wings and took off once again.
마치 따라오라는 것 같아.
I was just about to say that. Is it leading us somewhere?
환상체가 코빼기도 안 보이더니 드디어 나타난 건가?
It might be a trap, but we're lost. It's the only thing with any sense of direction we have at the moment.
찬성하겠소. 나 개인에게도 궁금함이 생겨.
Interesting. The fact that he said that. Roger's standing over here with jizz all over his face.
이들은 계속 무슨 말을 하는 걸까요?
무어라 하고 있지는 않았소. 내 듣고 있었네만.
일정한 규칙성을 띠고 있긴 하지만 해석은 불가능하군요.
Night rhyme.
일종의 부호 같은 느낌이죠. 음파와 암호 패턴의 체계를 활용하고 있으니까요.
Don Quixote was at the far back end of the line, looking back at the figure.
정령, 관리자 나리와 꼭 붙어 있지 않으면 해결되지 않을 일이었던가 보네.
And I walked away. The pallid membrane grew over the face again, burying it. And it began to shamble. As Ishmael said, they now roam the Great Lake, attacking everyone and everything they can come across. Not only their physical senses, but their sense of self, forgotten deep under the pallid membrane. Jeez. What a way to go. Me after the PSG celebration. Hold up. There we go.
그려낸 대로.
Did you see those Arsenal fans celebrating over the weekend? Obviously, you know, for the Premier League parade. There's a couple of them in a tree. The tree fucking fell over. Oh, these are pirates that have been done, yeah. Target has pallid noise. What's that? SP loss efficiency +2. If at less than or equal to -45 SP and inflicted with this buff, gain noise panic next turn. Okay. So it's like a little zigzag. Okay, so this inflicts pallid noise. This inflicts it as well, and then this takes advantage of it. Okay.
거기구나.
쳐다보기. 그렇지. 바로 그거라 딸래. 몰라 열받죠. 이러면 아무도 반듯이 숨이 타도록 베어내.
Try to avoid any packs that have them in MD.
제법 지쳤나 보.
그려낸 대로
I must admit, I really like Middle Dawn as well.
준비한 기믹은 이게
I love her character design. She looks great. Stegger. All these musicals.
그려낸 대로 쳐다보긴 우리는 무슨 일 안 나가지고
그쯤 해줬으니 포장장
제법이지.
엄마만큼은 못하지만 나도 녹이면서 뵐 수 있거든.
Flick sinking. Flick pallid noise. Final pair for each surviving palified ally, not counting this unit. On hit, heal by 40% damage dealt. Copy one of the buffs currently applied to the target. Gain the copied buff next turn. Oh shit.
그려낸 대로 쳐다보고 이거 분강 맞지?
그렇지. 바로 그거나 딸래.
Get gibbed. Yeah, I love okay, that's a bit better of image of that whale there. I love the face Middle Dawn pulls. It's awesome. Hold up 2 seconds, chat. I'm gonna get myself a bit of cheesecake. Man, it is hammering it down. It's pissing it down out there. The lake and the butterfly. Okay. I think we're alright, yeah.
볼 것도 없이 처형이군.
I don't think I want to do that at the minute, do I?
그려낸 대로
Don't want to consume him.
이쯤 해줬으니 포장지 한번 벗겨야겠군.
못하는 건 알아버려.
그렇지. 바로 그거다 딸래.
Total annihilation beckons. Or am I about to get fucked?
내가 시범을 보이지.
쳐다보긴
준비한 기회를 그렇지. 죽여야 하니까 바로 그거다 딸래.
Sorry about that, chap. I got the munchies. Do it consume multis. I know I'm curious to see what it looks like. Not gonna lie.
거긴 필존이다.
낮도 밤도 치고 숨이 타도록 베어냈군. 쳐다보긴
그렇지. 바로 그거다 딸래.
Shoot Fishmael as well. Yeah, this music goes hard, man. I like it. Tremor burst, tremor, pallid noise. Was that the noise of the whale I can hear in the background as well there? Is that what I'm hearing?
그려낸 대로.
그렇지.
이거 금강 맞지?
바로 그거다 딸래.
I love the little blade spins in her hand. Her animations are fucking awesome. I love how Don beats fuck out of him as well. That's a cool animation as well, man.
쳐다보긴 이런 멋있는 건 아니야.
기름도 나오지 않는 놈이구려.
재밌겠는데?
We should flip that to get the resonance right.
낮도 밤도 치고
Think you should use your boxes on Middle Heathcliff and Sinclair.
쳐다보긴
What can I shard Middle Heathcliff now, can I?
그렇지. 바로 그거다 딸래.
I can. Sweet. That's fucking awesome about this system. You know what I mean?
엄마만큼은 못하지만
It's actually kind of crazy.
나도 녹이면서 뵐 수 있거든. 그려낸 대로.
Middle Heath is a seasonal, so grab him first and go for skincare. Usually 2 weeks after the drop. Middle Heath is a core of the middle team.
되겠냐고요.
1 week. He's fucking cracked. Yeah, I need to do some MD. I need to do some. Almost no FOMO. Yeah, it's pretty dope system. Again, you know, when I go back to hearing people like when they talk about what we was talking about in that video, and people are like, this is the most generous and the best system, and it's like, compared to what? You know, when you've got games like Limbus with this system, and arguably, even though the core element of the gacha system in Arknights can be a bitch, incredibly generous game as well, like. But this is just insane, the system.
점점 인어들의 숫자가 적어지고 있어요.
It looks like there's a little bit less jizz in here, doesn't it? Someone stood there, waiting for us. He must have arrived here much earlier than we have.
오시는 길이 영 편치는 않았겠소.
The butterfly we were following folded its wings and settled gently into his sloshing head. What? This bro got a fishbowl head, and the butterfly landed in his fishbowl head. The figure's voice was clear and precise, unlike that of the mermaids. What the fuck? Not like an abnormality.
멀쩡한 생존자는 없을 거라고 했는데.
No, wait. Is he a distortion?
야, 시계 대가리. 저거 네 친구야?
아, 뒤틀림이면 그 똘붕이네 닭집 사장 같은 존재인가?
논란이 많고요. 이건 세상을 받아들이는 방법 중 하나일 뿐이니 그렇게 소스라칠 이유가 되진 않겠소만.
오, 머리가 찰랑찰랑거려.
Thy head splishes and splashes so.
별이 꺼진 하늘 아래에서 언젠가 맞이할 그날을 기다리고 있는 내 이름은.
Okay, that sounds ominous as fuck. Under the night sky where the stars have gone out, I await the coming dawn.
림이라 불러줘.
Call me Rim. Got a timepiece in his head as well, hasn't he? I think it looks like the butterfly's in one end and what's in the other?
통성명할 생각은 없으니 질문만 하도록 하지. 이곳에 온 이유를 대라. 미친 인어들만 존재하는 이곳에 뚜렷한 이유 없이 온 것은 아닐 테지.
Is that his brain? Is there? Is he? I was thinking that looked like a bit like brain matter. It's like the shape of a evil Dante, vague pulsing king. Bugger. Sorry, Rosie messaged me. I think it was Rosie. Yeah, like a sand piece, like yeah, like what's it called? Hourglasses, yeah, like an hourglass. Forgot what they're called then.
분명 시추선에 정박해 있는 건 우리가 타고 온 보트 단 한 척뿐이었다. 그런데 네 놈은 어떻게?
내가 바다를 건너려고 한다면 배는 필요 없다네.
Oh shit! Probably has a memory of a goldfish. Hey!
이것은 순전히 그대들을 보기 위해 온 것이지.
와, 인기가 많아진 기분인걸요?
그대들은 가지의 황금빛이 비추는 곳을 향하는 자들이지.
그걸 알면서 우리를 보러 왔다는 건 설마 그거야? 우리에게 황금 가지가 어디 있는지를 알려주겠다는?
아니 딱 봐도 그걸 방해하려고 왔다는 게 더 맞는 거.
맞소.
Oh, he is. So we got beef.
요새 왜 이러지? 아 참.
가지를 이 건물 안에서 찾으려고 한다면 그저 시간의 무용함만 깨닫게 될 것이오.
I still can't sense the golden bow this deep into the branch. There was truth to what he said. The bow was no longer here. Let's just fuck off then, right? Executive decision. Guys, let's make like a tree and fucking leave.
그렇다면 어디로 가야 한다는 것인가?
가지에 이끌리는 게 비단 그대들뿐이 아니라는 건 진작에 겪었겠소. 심지어 겨우 얻은 하나를 빼앗기기도 하였지.
어떻게 그것까지 아는 거죠?
본래는 외곽만을 떠돌아야 할 고래도 그 영롱한 눈부심을 오롯이 느끼고 있지.
Interesting.
황금 가지로 인해 외곽에 있어야 했던 그 고래가 둥지 안에 이 유사 호수까지 왔다는 말인가?
틀림없이. 그리고 이 건물에 있던 갸냘픈 가지는 그것에 여기 있던 환상체들도 그 이끌림에 몸을 맡겨 웅대하고도 가늘은 고래와 함께 떠났다네. 그러니 자네들이 쫓는 것은 이미 이곳에 자리하지 않네.
그런 정보를 왜 저희에게 알려주시는 걸까요?
황금 가지가 누구의 손에 들어가든 그 스님이 어떻게 되든 그건 작은 날개짓에 불과하고 우린 단지 그 날개짓의 울림을 좀 더 나은 방향으로 이끄는 것이지.
우리? 누굴 말하는 거지?
모든 걸 지켜보며 때를 기다리는 별의 주인 될 자들이요.
Those who watch all, those who abide the time, those who are sovereigns of a star.
동시에 모두가 같은 별이 될 수 없는 우리지.
A red mark briefly flashed on his head. I've seen that mark before.
지켜본다라.
He sang shot a silent gaze in Rim's direction.
림. 그렇다면 그대는 구인회의 끝에 대해서도 알고 있는가? 과거의 벗들이 어떻게 무너져 버렸는지 아느냔 말일세.
알고 있어.
그 또한 지켜보기만 하였는가?
이상 씨, 혹시 당신의 옛 친구 중 하나였나요?
그대들도 잠시 겪었던 면면이요. 구인회가 분열될 때 뿔뿔이 흩어졌던 이들 중 하나. 내게는 바다로 간다 이야기하여 놓고.
그래. 나는 한때 그중 하나였지.
Wait, what? Because, like, who was the person in the picture whose face was all, like, you know, swirled out of focus, like, blurred?
대답해 주겠네, 이상. 내가 지켜보기만 하였는가? 그것은 오문이요. 자네는 구인회가 끝장이 난다 하였으나 그것은 누군가에게 또한 시작이었을 테요. 자네가 가장 잘 알 텐데 그 상태가 끝인가 시작인가 그것을 객관하여 정해 놓는 건 이다지도 의미가 없어. 예짐은 영지형에게도 시작이었을까.
Okay.
그래, 그대는 일찌감치 내다버렸다는 것이지.
세상의 줄기를 볼 수 있게 될 걸세. 간결하고 중요한 단 하나의 줄기. 그것만 느낄 수 있게 된다면 그 외의 것들은 그저 나파와 같이 다가오는 것이지.
이거 하나만 대답해 주세요. 당신의 말대로 이곳을 삼킨 고래가 황금 가지를 먹었다면, 그리고 그 가지가 정말로
What did he
이
do to
백화
himself then?
현상을 덜어주는 게 맞다면,
Ishmael's breathing was quick and light. She couldn't finish her sentence.
당신이 생각하고 바라고 있는 것이 옳다겠어.
I can't remember who played him. I remember him now.
이전에는 이쯤이면 되겠지.
또 어디론가 다름하는가?
그때는 바다와 강과 도시가 어디에 있는지만 알고 고려있기만 했다면, 지금은 직접 내 날개로 다 가고자 하오.
Hong Lu played him.
그뿐이요.
I can't remember.
잠깐. 그런 정보를 아는 놈을 호락호락 보내줄 것 같은가?
유감이요. 지금은 손에 움켜쥐어도 나는 흘러내려 담을 수가 없으니.
Flow betwixt your fingers. What, like the sand in an hourglass, like time? That is an hourglass, right? It's like the butterfly. And is that is his brain?
자, 그럼.
Bro, just deuces. Probably like water. Yeah, probably. What's with the hourglass then? With that, he stepped into the puddle and disappeared into its depths. Bro became like water.
어때 딸? 엄마밖에 없지?
Bro just came in, vague posted, and then fucked off. Okay, I'm intrigued. Whereabouts are we in this, Thank you, Ardashir. It's kind of what I was thinking of a little bit. Whereabouts are we in this canto? About 2/3, near the halfway point. We're about to reach the wall. 3 more nodes. 3 nodes from a wall. At 55% done. Right. If you don't count the end. Okay. Okay. So, if we've got a bit of a wall then, we're about halfway, 60%ish as you guys say. Then I think might be a good time to end it here, yeah. There's a wall at 5:30. Right, okay. So I think that might be good to go into the next stream then, yeah. So if we do have a bit of difficulty with it, we've got a good portion of the stream to, like, figure out what we're doing, and we can take our time and really, like, give it a good college try, right? Rather than, like, because it's like, it's what now? It's 5 o'clock, man. I'd usually finished half hour ago. I ain't gonna get Rosie though from work today because we're having a works do. But I am hungry. And so, yeah, I think that's a perfect time. I think to call it there. Yeah, to call it. So, do you know what we'll do? We'll see. Let's see what this wall's like that you guys are talking about. Do we? If it's too easy, then we could try and do it without some of these units as well. Not saying it's going to be easy. I'm not gassing myself up like that, but I'm just saying, right? Because I do like challenges in these games, and I really like the combat in this game. I just have to say again, I am genuinely becoming a fan of this game. Like, well, I am. I'm so locked into this game at the minute, guys. Genuinely so locked in. Like, I'm loving the combat, the music, the story, the storytelling, the characters, the world. I'm so intrigued in this universe that these guys have created. Like, this is why I was asking earlier about how long's left in the game in terms of like the service, the years of the game, because it's such a fascinating world. I've just got like so many potential parts of it that I'm be interested to learn about, to discover, to experience. You weren't already a fan of the game up to this point? No, I was. I think I must admit, I think CANTO 2, which people say get through CANTO 3 is where people decide they're a fan. But I think for me, CANTO 2 was where I was like, there's something quite special about this game. Do you know what I mean? I think this is genuinely a diamond. A diamond in the rough of gacha. Because, don't get me wrong, there's plenty of good gacha, but there's plenty of slop, right? For us who know the gacha space, you know, for every one good gacha game, there's a dozen pieces of shit, right? This is like beyond. This to me, so far, now I've still got to experience more, it could go fucking awry, right? And I changed my mind. But it's definitely, like, I consider Arknights a good game. A good game, right? And when I say game, I'm taking away the gacha. Because typically when I talk about good gacha games, I'm like, oh, that's a good gacha game. And I make sure to keep the gacha part added on. Because in comparison to games, not to say these aren't real games, I'm not being that person. But I'm just talking about in terms of the experience. I'm usually like, oh, that's a good gacha game. But this and Arknights are good games. Where, like, to somebody who doesn't play gacha games and play games, I'll be like, you know what? I think you should check that one out, man. I think you probably get something out of it, right? Where other games, I'm like, well, if you're into gacha games, maybe, you should check them out. You know? Maybe like Wua, Genshin and Enfield, I'd probably say try them out, because I think they do cross into the normie space enough, right? But for me, these are, like, Limbus and Arknights. I say this before, right, about games like Wuthering Waves and Enfield. They're not mobile games, they just happen to be on mobile. When it comes to Arknights and Limbus, they feel like PC games. Am I tripping by saying that? Do you know what I mean? They feel like PC games. Like, is that a wild take? And what I mean by that, like, you know, there's a bit of depth to them. They're a little bit more mature, and they're not selling themselves off the visual aspect. Well, they are, because they've got their own art style. You know what I mean, right? Limbus is a PC game that was made into a gacha because PM needed more funds for their studio. It feels like, that's what I say, this feels like a game that's a game. I know it's tropic. Game first, gacha second, but just a game that just happens to have gacha monetization. Probably even more so than Arknights in that regard. But yeah, I'll look at those two games. I'm like, they feel like PC games to me. Limbus isn't afraid to hit mature topics, which is why it slaps. Definitely, yeah. I'd say probably even more so than Arknights, right? Like, Arknights does deal in somewhat mature topics as well. Definitely, right. But I think this probably goes a little bit further, doesn't he? Just a running joke in Pixie's Discord to call everything slop. Yeah, guys, you should join the Discord as well. It's a good place, man. It's a good place. We have a laugh. There's lots of disagreements. All right, everybody's chill, you know. You'll find some people definitely standing their ground on their opinions, but that's what we like, you know. I think we've got a quite diverse thought process in my Discord. You know, it's not like everybody's just of one opinion. Right, it's not a bias place. If you want like genuine good discussions about games and gacha, I think it's a good place to have a discussion because you'll find a myriad of different voices and some genuine conversations and some good discussions, man. It's a good spot. I know, might be saying that because it's my own Discord, but still, just saying. Let's check it out. Let's put it this way. Every Kanto, the community consistently goes, there's no way they can top this Kanto, right? AK's gimp from the fact that it's a Chinese game, unfortunately. Yeah, I think that is a thing, right? I think that is a thing. Yeah, it's definitely a thing. There's no getting away from that, right? Snacks lacks the nuance Limbus hits when delving into some more dark subjects. Yeah, I think it's probably a little bit more, feels a bit more of an introspective experience as well, right? This does. Again, I say it feels a more human experience, specifically around things like trauma, right? And PTSD and the experiences that we all will probably have at some point in some form or another, you know, sad to say, in terms of like, we'll all have those experiences that potentially scar us, that we try and hide from, you know, the confrontation of those experiences and stuff. Where I think you get less of that in Art Nights, right? Careful, Bix. Discord is full of Enfield, EOS tomorrow on AK slot game. I can't wait till you get to Kanto 7-8. Which ones of Kantos are my favourite so far? Ooh. I'm really enjoying this for the experience of the lake. Oh, man. Ooh. I did really like Kanto 4. Oh, it's a hard one, man. I don't know if I've quite locked down what I think's my favourite, yeah. That might be something that I have to think about. I can't really say off the top of my head. I've really enjoyed them all for different reasons, right? Like, even the intervalos as well. I'll tell you which I think's been the weakest for me so far was the second intervalo. It was a good setup, right? It was a good prologue, if you will. Good little intermission. Yeah, they've all had, they've all been, like, a different... Like, looking back, I really like Kanto 2, but maybe... I don't know, I can't even say that was the weakest one, though. It's hard to say, really. Because, like, they all, like, they all gave me a little bit of something different. So it's kind of hard to put my finger on, like, okay, yeah, that one definitely. Like, say, the mini, like, we're still learning stuff here, right? I'm loving experiencing this side of Fishmael, but I'm also loving learning about the lake. That's exciting for me. You know? But at the same time, well, I don't know. Maybe we could make a video about that. You know, new players' favourite experience so far in terms of the Kantos. Kanto 2 when compared. Yeah, I think if you could... Yeah, I really enjoyed it, right? But I think it probably would be fair to say, out of all of them, that it is a little bit weaker than the others. Because, like, I had some people say, like, it's filler, and I think it was just that it felt like it was quite a bit of a switch in terms of the vibe and the feel. Do you know what I mean? Do you ever feel like sitting down and scripting out some vids? Would love to hear some Kanto reviews. That might be interesting to do, actually. Might be better to hold on to an overall review. Yeah, well, I'm not really a review kind of person. I do just like to, like, pop out my, you know, op-ed kind of pieces where it's just like, this is how I'm feeling at the moment, because I'm the type of content creator I am that I'm not so forward thinking in my content like that when I'll prep over periods. Like sometimes I guess I make content in a more of emotional sense of like I start to feel something about a game at a particular point and I'm like, I need to talk about it. Do you know what I mean? And that's the sort of creator I am in terms of YouTube videos. Like I kind of have to go when I feel like it, otherwise it passes, and then I'm like, oh, I don't know if I really want to spend hours writing a video for that. I should do, because those videos perform well, but yeah. I did really like CANTO 3 as well, though, man. So I'd say definitely so far CANTO 1 was good. Like the body horror stuff was good, right? But I'd say at the minute he probably is between 4 and 3. But I need to experience more of 5 so far. 5 has been more of an explorative experience for me so far. Do you know what I mean? I'm loving seeing this other side of Fishmael at the moment. But it feels like we're getting it feels a bit more of an explorative experience. Where CANTO 4 and CANTO 3 would definitely felt a lot more personable, at least at this point. Like, probably things are going to change. But best of CANTO 5 is still ahead, I'm sure it is. I think you'll change your mind every CANTO, probably, yeah. I mean, at least CANTO 2 is filler for a reason. The entire point of Roger's character is she runs away from her problems and lives in denial, so instead of fighting the final boss, we run away. That's a good point, actually, yeah. Yeah, I think maybe I do need to sit down and because I've got a terrible memory as well. So for specific things, I do need to reread things to just be like, oh yeah, I need to ruminate on that a little bit, right? You know, and people have been asking me to do a Babel video for a bit, but I've really, even though I digested Babel in a good manner, I'm like, I really need to reread parts, because there's parts of Babel for me that I was definitely, and prior to Babel, like we were talking about in Discord, and my perception of things was quite different to what other people were pulling from stuff, right? So, yeah. When do I usually stream? I usually go live around about 11:30 to 12 a.m., so noon GMT. I do stream of the evening as well sometimes. Today I've gone a little bit later than I usually would. I would have usually finished about 40 minutes ago. But I do evening streams that start around about 7 p.m. So say like an hour and 50 minutes from now, I would have the odd stream of the evening as well. But typically in the daytime, GMT anyway. So I usually would have started like about 5.5 hours ago. Daily. Pretty much, yeah. I don't have like all locked in on a daily streamer because it's not my job. But like I'd say on average I'll probably stream 4 days a week. On average. You know, there's days where I'll do more than that. You know, sometimes I'll stream 7 days a week and twice a day, here and there, like so. But yeah, pretty much. Alright then, guys. I am gonna go. Yeah, I can be a bit inconsistent. Best thing to do for me, guys, join my Discord server. And if you ever do want to see content from me, turn on notifications, because I say, I'm not like every day from this time I will always be live. I do have a pretty much set time when I go live, but there'll be days when I just don't stream. You know what I mean? So, yes, I'm going to go eat. I'm going to go have a shower. And I'm just going to relax for the evening now. Rosie ain't going to be back. I'm probably going to go play a bit of Path of Exile 2, if I'm honest. or maybe Division 2. Yeah, just relax a little bit, guys. I'm kind of tired today. It's my first day back at the gym for a month because of surgery, so I'm feeling it a bit today. But I'll be in the Discord hanging out anyway. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I haven't decided 100% we're streaming tomorrow, though. We might do more Limbus, but we might end up doing some Enfield because I've got stuff to do in Enfield. But I'll let you guys know. You'll see the stream. It'll get set up beforehand anyway, guys. All right. So enjoy the rest of your evening. Hopefully you've had a great day. Appreciate you hanging out. I've had a blast today. I'm loving the game. So we're going to continue on. And yeah, we've got the, what is it, the Walpurgis shit coming up soon, yeah, which I'm excited about. So, and W on the pools as well. Let's fucking go. But yeah, guys, I'll catch you all later, yeah. Ta-ra.